Induction. 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 Ball. Induction. Swear. Induction. Ball. Swear. Ball. Induction. Swear. Induction. Ball. Swear. Ball. Induction. Swear. Induction. Ball. Swear. Ball. Induction. Ball. Induction. Weir. 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 Ball. Induction. Swear. Induction. Ball. Swear. 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 Gravity is not an autonomous field modality.
The fuck did you just say?
Ball. Induction. Swear. Induction. Ball. Swear. 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 Ball.
There we go. Ahoy hoy, I am Planet Walk, and now my mic is working. And we're in a stream where the idea is that we're just going to, let us melt our brains away because thinking is hard. I mean, I think that's what the Ken Wheeler fans have done, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, I think the brain has definitely melted a bit.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking, what should we do first? Because I've got this channel. You did have a few comments that you did want to go through, didn't you?
Not really. I mean, I've got a whole. I can't remember if I've played this on your channel. The found poem I did based on comments on his channel and mine.
Oh yeah, I remember that. It's actually rather interesting because I've got a couple of videos on my channel now about Ken Wheeler, right? And I think I've got 3 in total, and one of them is Nathan Oakley versus Ken Wheeler. That whole shit. It was more of a Ken Wheeler fan, but what I did is I was trying to criticize both the Ken Wheeler fan and Nathan Oakley. And I sometimes actually find Ken Wheeler fans come to that video and they'll be more supportive of me in that video because I'm not ripping on Ken Wheeler all that hard compared to in my other 2 videos on him. Whereas in the other 2 videos, they'll be like, oh, you're both idiots, or you're an idiot, you just don't understand what he's getting at and stuff.
Yeah, I mean that's always the big one with Ken Wheeler fans. Like, don't attack him. They adore him. They love him. They, it's basically a cult leader essentially, right? And he's got this holy kind of status within that little community for a lot of people. He is. They honestly think that he's got some great deep insights on the universe that no mere mortal can have, and they will get really, really kind of shitty about if you say anything bad about Ken Wheeler or anything like that. But they always come with like, oh, you just don't understand, blah 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 blah, and I just ask them, well, explain it then in your own words. Yeah.
One of the things that I find that when it comes to Ken Wheeler is that a lot of it is basically it's a lot of word salad. A lot of what he says is all jumbled up in a whole lot of words, which does make it, honestly, really difficult to decipher exactly what he's saying until you realize that he's for the amount of words he's saying surprisingly little.
Yeah. So if we'll go through some videos, but people find that most of what he says is not even on his syntax level coherent, right? There's actually sentences which are incoherent, meaningless, and then you've got, if you remove all of that, you've got stuff that contradicts itself, that is, again, just, even though syntactically correct, they're still meaningless statements. But why that helps so much for what he does is that it's a complete empty kind of void, and people can project whatever meaning they want on it for something that makes sense in their head. Right? And I've even caught myself doing that. It's like, wait a minute, is he just really hamstrung with language? And does he not understand, the terms and everything he's used? Because if I take that word to mean this, and then that word to mean that, then I could put something together that allows me to translate it into something that does actually make sense and is correct. But then he utters another sentence, and that notion is completely destroyed.
Yeah, it is actually rather interesting when you look. Have you had a look at his definitions?
What, the definitions that don't define anything?
Yeah, like basically. The one that I really understood was counterspace, right? That's the definition that I was like, yeah, I understand that. It was basically counterspace is another dimension. Like an alternate dimension or something like that. That energy flows from or something like that.
Yeah. It's something that is not measurable. It doesn't exist in any physical sense. And but his definitions, like, the dimensions of what he says counterspaces doesn't work either. One instance he'll say that it has dimensions of reciprocal meters. The other moment he'll say it has dimensions of it has units of reciprocal meters, and it has units of meters, and then it's got units of magnetic flux, and there's no consistency there.
Yeah, basically he'll just shove whatever thing he can say into it to make it sound as though it's a legitimate thing and that he can sound smart. And one thing I've noticed too is that sometimes he'll say something. He'll say something like, "Oh, this is a contradiction." Like, he might take something like light being both a wave and a photon to be a contradiction, right? And to some people, it, like, intuitively, it does sound like a contradiction. However, there's a reason why we take light to be both a photon and a wave. I've seen a video on this recently. And the reason why we can treat it like a particle is because of energy. I think it's like instantaneous energy transferal.
Well, I mean, the way you can think of particles is that they're, and this is the funny bit, right? Because he's talking about field theory and stuff like that. It's like, oh, you need to think about fields, not particles. Like, well, actually, if you take quantum mechanics, quantum field theory, you may need to consider that. But in quantum field theory, the particles are perturbations in their respective fields, right? And they are little wave packets, essentially. So it's perfectly fine.
Yeah. Like, I've seen this video recently, which was very, very interesting, and I actually thought about Ken Wheeler's whole spiel when I was watching it, because it mentioned how basically a photon, the reason why we can treat it like a particle rather than just a wave, even though it does act very much like I think it's something like a wave in electromagnetic field, I think it is. The reason why is because rather than it being a build-up of energy or a build-up of transferal of energy or something like that, it's instantaneous transferal of energy or something like that. I cannot remember exactly how it was described.
Yeah, I mean, the best way, like, you can imagine a photon, if it's just a little wave packet, like that, if it doesn't saturate, and it just moves around.
Yeah.
And that kind of works, right?
Yeah.
It kind of works. You have, it has particle-like properties. It's quite discrete. It's quite localized. But, it is a wave packet, and that moves through space. So it has things like period, phase, and all of those properties.
Yeah. And to someone that doesn't know that kind of stuff, right? When Ken Wheeler says, oh, wave-particle duality, that's a contradiction, some people might say, well, yeah, I can understand that it being a contradiction, because they don't know that stuff. Like, quantum physics does sound very weird to someone that hasn't heard of quantum physics before.
Well, but that's the issue, right? What you've got to remember is that quantum physics is purely experimentally derived, right? There's just a series of observations, and they came up with some maths that describe those observations.
Yeah.
Right. So we really have a phenomenological approach, and then, as you do in science, you've got the maths that describes the observations. Then you see what happens when you do things with the maths, because you've got your axioms, and then you use that to form arguments and to formulate conclusions, and the conclusions are your hypotheses for your next experiment. And then when the next experiment is consistent with that prediction, then you've got something. And you get that with like the virtual particles thing, for example, where it's like, well, have we detected a virtual particle? Well, no, because that's kind of part of the definition of a virtual particle. But if we treat things as if there's virtual particles bouncing around, it makes the maths work. But it gives us unique predictions that we can detect.
Yeah.
And we can do experiments that are consistent with those observations. Now, are there really virtual particles? Sure as hell looks that way.
Yeah, it's like if it's like, I'm trying to think of a good example. It's like the whole curvature of space-time thing, right? I'm trying to think of a really good example here, because a lot of science is dealing with what we can never truly know for certain, right? You can't truly know if there is actually space-time that is curving, or if it's a whole lot of things that we can't tell about. It could be that it's a completely different reason for why we see gravity, but we just may never know. However, the whole space-time curving hypothesis seems to, or theory at this point, seems to be accurate. It predicts things accurately, and it describes a whole lot of observations. So it seems to be the most correct explanation. Could it be completely wrong? Sure, but I'm not going to act like it's completely wrong until there's another theory out there that holds up to observation that completely contradicts space-time, obviously.
Yeah. So, I mean, that kind of goes into one of Ken's issues with science. He says, "Oh, science, it just describes; it never defines anything." And well, you've got an issue with what his conditions for what a definition is it can't be met, and he never meets it himself. But you have to understand that scientific theory is a description of reality, right? And it is the best available description of reality. So there's several points there, and that's description and best available. We know that it's not perfect. We recognize that it's not perfect. We recognize that it's most likely wrong or incomplete. And that's actually the fundamental assumption of science, right? But description is important as well, because what Ken demands is that he wants a statement of what reality is, right? And if you can have a statement about what reality is, which isn't the description, it is a definition according to his arbitrary standard, then you run into philosophical problems, because we need to be able to test things. Now, we can test a description against reality, right? We do our experiment and we see if our description is consistent with what we observe. So, for example, we go and we take an apple off a tree, and we do lots of measurements and stuff like that, and we write a list of all the things that are characteristic of the apple. Now we take that description of the apple and we pluck a different object from a tree, and then we can perform measurements of that object, and we can compare that to our definition. We can compare that to our description of of what an apple is. But when we're making a statement about what reality is, and when you start testing that statement against reality, then actually what you end up doing is testing reality against itself, and that can't be done, because then in the apple analogy, what you're doing is you're taking measurements of an apple, and then you're saying, well, this is an apple, so we're going to test whether this is an apple, and you go and take measurements of the same apple, and you compare that.
Yeah.
Then you're always going to get a result, because you can say, well, reality is that unicorn farts make things drop to the floor. Things drop to the floor, therefore unicorn farts.
Yeah.
So you run into trouble.
Yeah, it is. Oh, we also got a super chat here from Tim Tully for $5 saying, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, we know exactly what you are. We know your volume, we know your mass. You're just a glob of hydrogen gas."
Plasma.
Yeah. Oh, I just noticed that you got a kitty there.
Yeah, she's just come to bug me. She's been asleep, and then as soon as I'm on doing a thing, she'll come and wrestle me, beg for attention, but then try and bite me as soon as she gets attention, because kittens.
Looks like she took a swipe at your face there.
Yeah, she just did a little nip.
Okay.
It does that.
Yeah, I'll put
A little aggressive monster.
Yeah, I'm not allowed cats at the place that I'm at, so.
Yeah, I mean, we just when we bought this house, as soon as we kind of got it up to scratch for the most part, we thought, we can get a cat now. So
yeah, they're always nice to have, even if I know someone that has a cat, and just there's so many times when I've heard just meow, 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 meow.
Yep, she's like that at the moment. Yeah, she's really trying to get my attention all the time, but as soon as she gets it, she runs away, or she'll try and bite me or something like that. It's quite weird.
Maybe she just wants food.
Well, she's got plenty of food, and yeah, she's fine.
Okay.
But she just wants to kill things.
Oh, geez, this is actually very terrifying, this thumbnail here.
Oh, God.
I don't... Like, why would you put this as a thumbnail? Autoplays puts a bit of a video up when I scroll over it, but why would you put that as a thumbnail? I don't... I do not understand.
That's bad. I mean, mind you, he does play up the weirdo kind of bit quite a lot as well. So he plays up the eccentric bit because it's key to his grift.
So there's a few videos here that we could take a look at. We could either watch the one that says "Don't watch this video," but one of the things I've seen a few videos of his that I've seen pop up in my recommended feed is this Australia What's Going On thing that I have no idea what it's about. I still haven't watched the whole Australia thing that he's talking about. But
I'm gonna guess it's COVID related stuff actually. He's been doing a lot of that and quite a bit of racism recently, so.
Oh, he's been doing the racisms?
Oh, he's been doing a racism quite a lot on some streams. Just really just bad stereotype accents and stuff like that. It's not kind of like, you know, the really bad racism. This is just a shitty, lazy racism.
Oh, okay, so like Steven Crowder.
No, Steven Crowder is a bit shitty.
Well, yes,
yeah,
Steven Crowder mixes in both types of racism.
Yeah, he does a lot of the different kinds of racism.
Yeah. So which one? Don't watch this video or the Australia stuff?
You choose, mate. Let's see how we're gonna have our brains melted.
Well, let's go to chat. Let's put a poll in chat. Create a poll. We'll give it about 5 minutes as we talk about something. Ask a poll. Which video Australia don't watch? Okay, which video? Here we go. We've got a poll that should come up soon. But yeah. There was something that I was going to mention before, but I'm struggling to remember it. Maybe the brain melting has already begun.
Just thinking about him.
Thinking, is that a thing that you can do when it comes to Ken Wheeler?
It's not advised. I mean, it does crack me up to kind of just show a video of his to my colleagues.
What do they say?
They just laugh with incredulity. It's it's quite funny watching their faces.
Yeah, especially seeing as because you're working on stuff to do with magnetism, right? And he's got a whole lecture on magnetism.
Yeah. So our whole thing, our research group is everything magnetism. So, yeah.
Okay. So currently, the poll, which I put out a minute ago, has the Australia video at 76% and the other video at 24%. So I think it's a clear winner there.
All right. At least there's no kimono involved in this one.
Kimono? Oh, is it the thing that he's wearing in the Don't Watch This video?
Oh God, yeah.
It looks like he's trying to be like some Jedi in these videos here.
Yeah.
Oh, I could make comments about his look, but it's probably best to stay away from those those comments.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard of John Lovett's jokes, and yeah.
Yeah. Anyhow, let me end the poll and we'll watch the Australia video. This is not the content you are looking for. Someone said in the chat. I love the thumbnail that showed up there, by the way. It's just how I feel watching a Ken Wheeler video. I don't know.
Hello there. Before I start this video, I'm going to start out with a pretense. I know the countless horrible things that have been done wrong in the United States. I know all the videos and the clips, and so do you. So I don't want any Australian to think I'm, like singling out Australia. I absolutely don't want that. I love Australia and Australians. I'd like to get there someday. It looks like I never will.
What about
For
New
obvious
Zealand?
Reasons. I actually have been told, literally, no exaggeration, by well over, easily over 500 Australians via email and comment. They say stuff like this comment, which I just got an hour ago. I said I was going to tell everybody about something, and this lady in Australia, she's in Melbourne, she says, you notice I said Melbourne instead of Melbourne. She said, please do. I'm in tears writing this message. We feel violated, defenseless, and alone here in Australia. Let the world know what's happening to us. I've actually just...
Okay, I feel like this has to do with the whole lockdowns in Australia. Isn't...
I am gonna hazard a guess. Yes.
I'm just trying to remember, is Melbourne in New South Wales? Hold on, because if it's in... Oh, there's... Oh! Hundreds arrested in Melbourne after violent anti-lockdown protests.
Ooh, exciting.
Hold on, let me bring up this article. This article is really... Oh... it's...
Come on.
Okay. Oh, this is... So it's even got video here of it.
Oh.
Yeah. This is rather interesting. You got a whole lot of... Well, at least the first part of the video was really interesting, where it showed... Yeah, so police and protesters have clashed in a violent anti-lockdown protest in Melbourne, Australia. On Saturday, more than 230 people were arrested in the Australian city following a protest over COVID-19 restrictions. 6 police officers were taken to hospital. Another 3 were injured as a result of the demonstration, which saw police pelted with stones and bottles and had abuse hurled at them. According to The Age, a police officer was trampled in the chaos as demonstrators charged over police lines near Richmond and scuffles broke out. Australian police had set up checkpoints on roads into the city to stop people from travelling into Melbourne without a reason ahead of the rally on Saturday afternoon. About 2,000 police officers also formed a ring of steel around Melbourne CBD, The Guardian reported. Okay. So essentially...
So play that video that's on Twitter. Play that Twitter video.
Yeah. It's a bit loud, but...
Because I'm always very dubious about reports like this. I'm always very dubious about it, but that makes it very clear what happened.
Yeah. Like, following,
Because a lot of the time, I kind of read stuff like that, and it's like, well, what did really happen?
Yeah.
But no, that makes it very clear that they tried to trample the police line.
Yeah, like... Last year with the whole George Floyd stuff, there was a lot, you'd have people saying, oh, it was someone in the protest, it was the protesters, and then you have the other people saying, no, it's the police, and that was, like, in some instances, it depended what angle you're looking at. It's like, sometimes you'd see someone that looked like they were agitating, but at other times it was like, why did the police suddenly, storm the crowd? And, the reporter had, a shield bashed into them and stuff. if you remember.
Or why did people, walking home get picked up from off the street and thrown in the back of unmarked vans by FBI agents?
Yeah. So
yeah, I'm always a bit sketchy when it comes to stuff like this because the way police handle protests is often non-ideal. Put it that way.
But this here it's very clear. Unless there was like something that happened before maybe something happened before the video that we don't know about, but I don't know, like, hold on, let me... Yeah, like... if something did, I'd have to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd need to look into that a bit more, but
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to check real quickly to see where Melbourne's located, which state it's located in. I think, is it No, it's Victoria. Okay, that's rather interesting because I know that New South Wales has had a huge surge in cases over the past wee while. I think New South Wales actually accounts for most of the cases in Australia at this point. So yeah, that's... Although I haven't been keeping up with all that stuff because you get new information every day.
Yeah. Situation on the ground changes, but I think we've got a context then, basically.
All right, what does Ken Wheeler have to say about it? Give us your infinite wisdom, Ken, if you have any.
Slightly different words. No exaggeration, hundreds of times I've been told that by Australians. I kid you not, it's been hundreds. It's almost exactly verbatim what this lady said an hour ago in a comment to me. So, once again, I'm not picking on Australia. There's a video out there, I watched it over a dozen times. There was a protest in Melbourne. There might have also, too, been in Sydney. And they did shut down the public transport, and they kept people from coming into the city. I know for a fact because lots of Australians are telling me that they're blocking their social media accounts if they tell people stuff. Not like, say, radical stuff, just like what's going on. I know that for a fact, that social media is blocking outgoing social media posts out of Australia, depending on, I guess it's triggering keywords in the algorithm. Anyway, there's a protest.
Oh, I really dislike when people say that. Like they say, oh, something's blocking stuff. Like, half the time, people will say, oh, I've been shadow banned off of YouTube, right? And
it's because they're not getting the engagement.
Yeah. Now, I could say that I've been shadow banned on YouTube. I'm pretty sure that I haven't. It's just that engagement fluctuates at times, or I'm not seeing the growth that I used to.
Yeah, it's like you can see on my stats. Like every time I don't talk about flat Earth, I get shadow banned apparently because I have less engagement.
Yeah, if I every time I do a stream, I get shadow banned because streams have less engagement. It's... And when people say, oh, this... the algorithm is blocking what I say. In some cases, that might be true. But it's really hard to tell whether it is because it could just be that there are other people that are way more relevant than you. Like, Flat Earthers used to do this a lot, where they say, oh, when you search Flat Earth, they're blocking out the truth because all the videos that come up are from The Guardian and all that, or National Geographic. It's like, no, this is just more popular. That's what happens when you search.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happens when you search a generic term. You're going to get the big hitters coming through first. And, it's... But it's also kind of like it's the idea of like shadow ban or being blocked. But you had that as well with Flat Earth, and when YouTube changed their policies, like no, they're blocking it, blah 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 blah. It's like no, all they're doing is not actively promoting it as much as before. They're not blocking it whatsoever. This is not something you're entitled to. So kindly shut the hell up.
Yeah, it's not like it's the first time they have done things like that as well. Like, one thing that I remember a long time ago was they took, I think it was Minecraft Let's Plays off of the front page of YouTube. And it was because, essentially, the front page of YouTube was just being flooded with Minecraft Let's Plays, and it's like, okay, we've got a certain brand that we're trying to sell here, and having like Minecraft Let's Plays makes it seem as though this site is completely made for like 12-year-olds, when it's like we want adults to come to YouTube as well.
Yeah, but that was kind of like, it's just different iterations of, similar problems, because all of this started off with the Gangnam Style problem, right? Is that you could follow related links on YouTube, and this is in, end of 2014, start 2015, I think, if I remember correctly. And you'd always end up on Gangnam Style. And that's the opposite of what you want to do as a platform like YouTube, because if all roads lead to the same place, you are losing a lot of information about your customer or about the user, because everyone starts looking the same if they being pushed to the same content, which means they can't deliver that highly targeted advertising, and therefore their product is not as useful. So they try to address that by taking the opposite effect, and as taking pushing you towards kind of more niche parts and more niche parts of stuff and subjects that you've already looked into. And you watch videos on, and that's how shit like Flat Earth became big.
Yeah.
It's because of that algorithm and that change, because YouTube tried to fix that Gangnam Style problem. And they were promoting lots of conspiracy nutty stuff and Flat Earth nonsense. And it was really driving engagement. And YouTube made a killing, and until the point they said, "Oh, actually, maybe we need to stop this. We need to stop actively promoting this content." And it's that idea of if all you've known is privilege, then equality seems like oppression, right? Because YouTube basically said, "Well, we're just going to treat it like all the other garbage content that's out there. We're going to stop actively promoting it."
Yeah,
and that is,
Like when it comes to the stuff, it's also a lot of people have to realize that YouTube is at the whim of the advertisers, right? If the advertisers don't like something that YouTube is doing, and the advertisers threaten to pull out ads, then it's going to be bad for YouTube. So, And not only is it going to be bad for YouTube, it's going to be bad for all the creators that make money from advertising. And so it's actually in most people's interests on the platform to just, try and get rid of the content that could harm the whole stuff that when it comes to advertisers. Because, I don't think that everyone wants to see a big drop in their paycheck when it comes to just because flat earthers want to stay being promoted. I think a lot of people would start to be like, okay, yeah, flat earthers, just get fo.
Yeah, but it's but when you're talking about people about these protests and stuff like that, it usually comes with a lot of COVID misinformation. Have you maybe considered that maybe that your posts aren't getting quite as much engagement is that it gets flagged up as containing bullshit misinformation, right? But it is also the sense of entitlement of well, it's my free speech. It's like, well, you are entitled to free speech. You are not entitled to a platform.
Yeah.
It's simple as that. It's fine. You can go out and say those things, and yeah, I do struggle with police trying to preemptively stop demonstrations, stop people from going to those demonstrations. Yeah, that is problematic. But there's a difference when when the government does it and when a tech company does it.
Yeah. And when it comes to...
And it's shit, because I don't want to be in a position where we're fucking defending tech companies, because they're disgusting, they're horrible. But, you do have to kind of attack them for the right reasons.
Yeah, one of the things that... Speaking of the whole free speech thing, I've noticed that sometimes I'll have someone come into chat. And there was actually one time when someone came into chat, and all they were doing was they were just saying their talking points, right? And they didn't actually engage with anything that I was saying. They didn't engage with any of the other people in the chat. And I was like, okay, if you don't engage, I'm just going to time you out, right? And I said, eventually I got to the point where I said, okay, either you engage or I'm going to block you. They didn't engage, so I blocked them, because they're not entitled to just, yell things into my chat, right? I like my chat being a thing where people can, say what they want to say. If they are just trying to yell their talking points into the chat, then it could be something where I go, okay, I'll time you out, because that's not what the chat is for. It's for people engaging in discussion. If people spam the chat, I do the same thing where I block spam is actually an insta-block. Yeah,
well, that's the thing. It's like, well, if you're going to be spamming someone's chat and you get blocked, you don't get to whine about free speech, right?
Yeah.
Because by the same reasoning, putting a sticker on your door saying no unsolicited advertising, that's a suppression of free speech then.
Yeah.
Free speech laws are very clear. It's it's about protecting your free speech from the government, right? So you are protected from the government, and that doesn't mean that you can say shit without consequences. As a private citizen, you can tell someone to shut the fuck up, and we're not entitled. We're not required to listen, and you are not entitled to say shit without people responding, right? Because a lot of people will use the free speech argument as well to actually shut discussion down. It's like, any criticism of it is like, well, no, this is just free speech. It's like, well, yeah, fine, you can say those things on the free speech, but free speech also means that I can call you a dick.
True. Also, one thing I got to say is someone sent in a super chat for $2, Sofa King Sleepy, said, good to see AB Science, or good to see AB introduce me to Theoria Apophysis, and...
I'm sorry.
I think I have to apologize to you, because didn't I introduce you to Ken Wheeler here?
Yeah, we were doing a thing, and then we were doing that thing, and then Colon sent me something separately as well. So it's kind of from two people, different angles coming, and you're like, yeah, look at this fucking guy.
Yeah, the way that I found out about Theoria is I actually decided to do a look on Google for thermodynamics. right? Because that's something. I coined the term thermodynamics. Where is it? Thermodynamics. No, I want to search for thermodynamics. And you got people. So if I bring this up here, you got Jupiter's atmosphere also breaks the second law of thermodynamics.
Nice.
This. Yeah, you got. Just when I searched it, you got a whole lot of things. You got. Right the hand joint. Yeah, so this is a debate that I did. Flat Earth. Video that I did. I think this is a video that I did. Now this one actually doesn't look like a video that I did. Oh, here's a video that I did.
I think now an open pipe is in the container. Wait, I think that may be Blue Marble.
Yeah, it says Blue Marble science.
Oh yeah,
and then something in another language. But yeah. So yeah, when it comes to thermodynamics, most of the things have something to do with myself. So I'm actually surprised that it was me that coined that term. I'm surprised that no one else tried coining it.
Yeah. It works. I mean, is it in Urban Dictionary now to make it official?
What?
Is it in Urban Dictionary?
No, it's not in Urban Dictionary.
Quick, someone put it in Urban Dictionary. Make it official.
Sofa King Sleepy said, "You are both to blame. I like next level stupid for fun."
Well, I wouldn't call Ken stupid because he's clearly very gifted at grifting, and that is a talent.
Yeah. Real quick, we've got a super chat from Plato for $19.99 US saying, "Pink and purple hippos, my rights." I know that it has to the discussion with free speech and spamming and stuff like that, but I feel like there's more references
but now you're paying
there.
for it, and then yeah.
Oh, you're like, here's the thing: if you want to pay to spam my chat, like I'm not gonna. It's only when like there's like thousands of like $2 super chats that I might start complaining then. But
thousands of $2 super chats are still a tasty amount.
Yeah, like when it'd
I'd
be
read 1,000 super chats for $2,000.
yeah, or it'd be when I'd start complaining when I want to end up the stream and people just keep on sending super chats before I end it up and I've got to read them out. If I've got to read out the same super chat multiple times because
It's just a really underhand way of soliciting super chats. I've got your number.
my number. I feel like that's something that I'm too young to understand.
I'm on to you. That's what it means.
Anyway, we'll continue on with the video. I do like what G Hammer said though. He must be snorting his brain dust back. Anyway,
She was an old woman. I don't know what her age is. You can tell she's an elderly lady, at least 70. There's a video, too, a copy of it on Ozzy Kozak's channel. He didn't film it. I forget the guy that did film it. She's just standing her ground, and the cops are advancing. She's wearing an Australian flag around her neck, and she's wearing a red jacket. She is elderly. There's a close-up picture of her, I think, before this goes down at her person by these cops. So she's wearing an Aussie flag, so standing her ground. They spray her in the face with, I don't know if it's tear gas or pepper spray. It's the foaming kind, which sticks. It's a special type of foaming pepper spray or tear gas. It could have been CS or CN, but it could have just been pepper spray. After they sprayed her, and I said I watched this video over a dozen times. I just watched it over and over and over again, including the close-up. After they sprayed her, they pushed the old woman to the pavement, as if that wasn't bad enough. You know, she wasn't like, you know, jabbing at police with anything. She had an Aussie flag. Talk about symbolic of what's going on in Australia. Aussie flag tied around her neck like a handkerchief. I mean, a kerchief, if you will. So after they spray her and push her to the pavement, they literally did. It wasn't like they bumped her and, you know, she fell because she was elderly. They pushed her to the pavement. No ifs, ands, or buts. And then 2 cops, again, as she's laying on the pavement, you know, her legs up in the air. No joke. Watch the video yourself. They spray her again. They lean down over top of her and spray her again with the nasty filth. There's actually LTLs is what that's called. It's called less than lethals, and there are engagement rules.
So I'm guessing you're searching that up?
Yeah, I'm looking into it now. I haven't got anything yet. So, what he's describing.
Like, it is very possible that what he's saying here is correct. It's just good to know for certain, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. But real quick, we've got John Rapp for $2 saying, Oz is best, Oz is best, Oz is best, Oz is best. maybe and someone in the chat said, Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. Australians are always fun. Like, New Zealand... Here's the thing, New Zealanders and Australians will give each other shit, but we're like siblings. We fight all the time, but it's all in good fun. At least that's what it's always been with my siblings. Can't speak for everyone with siblings though.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you do have countries that have those kind of rivalries. Some are a bit more toxic than others, but I've always thought it was good fun. I can't find a video of, this year. I can find 2 articles about an elderly lady getting harassed by the police, ostensibly. But one is in 2020 and one is in 2019.
Okay. So, hold on. I'm gonna go back to when he mentioned... Wait, maybe he has a link. Like, maybe... Is Ken smart enough to actually... No. You know, here's a thing that I find really annoying. When someone will reference something, and then they don't have any cards, they don't have any links to it, they just have nothing, and it's really annoying when people do stuff like that. It's like, you know, maybe we want to see what you're talking about. And John Rapp for $2 says, spam super chats. Thank you. Alright.
Okay, so...
After they sprayed her, they...
Okay, let's see what...
We have it on Aussie Cossacks channel. He didn't film it. I forget the guy that did film it. She's just standing her ground.
Aussie Cossacks.
Yeah, I've got it.
You've got it?
Yeah.
And one of the things that would be interesting to see is if it is the thing that he's talking about recently, or whether it's something from 2020, or if it's a separate incident.
No, this is quite... Oh yeah, there we go.
If you send me a link, I'll be able to bring it up on stream.
So, yeah. Shit, hold on. I need a different computer for that.
Okay. Yeah. I
Sorry, I've got two machines running.
generally only use one computer because one computer with multiple monitors is far. Like, sometimes, yeah, having a second computer can work, but like one computer with multiple monitors seems to work well for me.
Yeah, I mean, I've got one with two monitors, and I've got there we go, and I've got my machine here. It's just that audio is really bad on my PC, so.
Okay. The Onsen said, is posting a link enabled here? No, it's well, the thing.
I've got it.
Yeah, the thing with the thing when it comes to YouTube chat is that it will often block links. So, anyhow, we'll bring this up. Please don't ban my stream, YouTube. I mean, it shouldn't. Like, if it's on another YouTube channel, it should be allowed on my YouTube channel, right? Okay, so that looks like that was. Is there any more in the video, or is it just? I don't. Oh, I'm gonna mute the video here because that sounds like copyrighted music, and that can get things blocked. So. I mean, it's hard to tell who's throwing the first punch here because you do have a lot of people that are sort of throwing stuff at the police. Which, you know, if you're trying to do a demonstration, do it peacefully, right? That's what everyone says.
Well, or at least non-violently.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a shitty move. That is not acceptable.
The pepper spray from a high thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's indiscriminate. That's against the law.
Yeah, like it should be against people that. And this is the particular part where I think so. Yeah, like, this does seem to be one of them things where the police were in the wrong when it comes to that lady there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm free.
Yeah, I mean... But can you go to the start of that video? So I'm kind of interested. Because there's one issue I've got. That doesn't look to be that lady.
Are you talking about the start of this video or the...
Yeah, the start of that video.
Yeah, it does look like it's a different lady a bit. Yeah, it does look like... That's a good point. It does look like it's a different lady. Like, the hair seems to be way longer. Like, it could just be a different photo, maybe? I don't know. Maybe she got her hair dyed, or wearing a wig.
Well, I don't know. I think the image on the left is captured. It could very well be wrong, but, you know, it looks like a different person.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, regardless, that looks to me to be a really shitty move from the police, and that definitely looks wrong to me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll give them credit there.
Yeah. One of the things that I do have to say, though, is that it is good to make sure that you look at things from both angles, because there were things where the protesters were definitely in the wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, one person says she's wearing a wig. Okay. Why would you wear a wig if you got, like... I don't get it. Anamorphic Minds for $5 by the way, says, here's more of John Rapp's money you can enjoy. Thank you. I didn't realize that everyone's taking from the same pool of money here. Anyway, continue on with Ken Wheeler.
And with the nasty filth.
Yeah.
There's actually LTLs is what that's called. It's called less than lethals, and there are engagement rules about using that stuff. And there are specific rules, and that can vary from province to province and state to state. I don't know Australia's rules on this. They're called LTL rules of engagement, less than lethals, about what you can and can't. Because when someone's down on the ground, you spray it. You're shooting it up their nose, and you can literally kill somebody doing that. And especially the foaming stuff. What happens with the foaming stuff, and nobody else notices because I know you don't know some of my history, but I used to work with various pieces of equipment, if you will, and studied up on this stuff. And half my family's in the police force. I actually know about stuff like this, believe it or not. The foaming, I don't know if it's CS or CN or pepper spray, it doesn't really make any difference. When you spray somebody when they're down, the rules of engagement, of course, when force has been de-escalated. When you got an elderly woman on the ground, there was no force to begin with, of course. When it's been completely de-escalated, when you do that, the person's action is going to be to inhale it, either through their nose or through their mouth. They're going to aspirate stuff, and it can kill them. This is when LTLs become actually lethal. Yes, I do know about stuff like this.
I do have to laugh where he clarifies, yes, I do know about stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean, that's... there is there's a very clear passage in the Geneva Convention on how this sort of thing should be used. And look, it's a video. I wasn't there, so it looks dodgy, but it may not be.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. But my point there, when he clarifies, is it's like he says, see, like I just said something that's true. It's not like I often say things that are true. You know?
Yeah.
What they did was indefensible. It was horrific. And once again, I'm not going after Australia, but Australia should be really ashamed of stuff like that. It is extreme. And then once again, I could point out a million things about the United States that are shameful, okay? I want you to think I'm single.
Okay, so one of the things, I am not so much concerned about him going after Australia here, right? Because, things like this happen in different places in the world, in America. And it's good to point out when bad things happen from police officers, right? Because, police officers do need to be held accountable. However, I have a problem with people framing this as it's just the police officers, right? When there are clearly instances of it being the protesters, right? Now, there is always the thing of how much of it was the protesters, how much of it was the police officers. Was it completely, was it like 90% protesters, or was it 90% police officers, right? But that's something that does have to be considered here.
Yeah. Yeah, you absolutely have to consider these things, but but you've always got to be uncomfortable when they're spraying when someone's down, right?
Yeah,
that's gonna make you uncomfortable.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because force should always be a last resort, and and as Ken said, it's like you've got to. It's about It's about minimizing risk. And if someone's down on the ground, then you're just being a shit.
Yeah, like as I said, I do not think that I think that the police officer should definitely, like, when stuff like this happens, police should definitely be called out for it, right? But I don't like the. I'm just really uncomfortable with the way that Ken is framing this here. You know?
Yeah, and God, I don't even want to speculate, but I can probably. I have a feeling that his attitudes might be different and polar opposite when it comes to other events.
Yeah, I have.
I don't know. I'm just speculating, but
Yeah.
Out Australia, but Australia, that is extremely shameful, and of course someone's going to say, "Well, mate, you can't pin blame." I know Aussies don't like to talk like that. Oh, you can't pin blame on all of Australia for the actions of a couple of slagger cops.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure that people can understand when you're calling out police officers rather than Australians, like.
Yeah. I'm sure, Nuance has been killed, quite heavily by the internet, but I don't think it's that dead yet.
Yeah. I do not think that he's trying to. I don't think that he's trying to blame Australia. I think that I think that he's specifically blaming police officers, and the nuance is in a different area, I think.
Like stupid ones, that's also true, but the other videos that I've seen over the past week, which people send to me in droves, lots of Australians send me videos, and that's not the only ones I see like that. That's just the one that was just demonstrably horrific, and it occurred yesterday. I saw the protest videos yesterday, and
Okay, that is actually some rather. Oh, Rude Gerard says, "Sorry guys, watch the full original video. The protesters started it." Yeah, which I can believe.
Yeah, we did acknowledge that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, the interesting thing here is he admits here that he gets sent videos in droves. And I understand, right, how this can lead to confirmation bias. Right? Because, if I have people sending me videos, right, about, like, let's say I'm a political YouTuber, or I am somewhat political, but let's say I was a really political YouTuber, and I had, choose whatever side you want, right? Now, if I'm on a particular side of something, and there's a protest that occurs, and that protest turns to shit, then what I'm going to have is I'm going to have a whole lot of people from my side send me videos that make it look as though my side is completely in the right. Right? That's what's going to...
Well, yeah. Andy No is a thing.
Yeah. And...
Right. It's a well-known thing, and people will edit, and a lot of the time it's not even it's not even conscious that the edit that is presented that way. It could just be what you're looking out for, right? Yeah. And people are not going to send, there's also people who are not going to send stuff that doesn't back up their point. Right, you can have someone filming, I don't know, a horrible grievance done against them. That's what they're going to go send to the media. They're not going to send stuff where, like, oh, we treated someone like shit, or we filmed it, so yeah, let's make sure that the whole world knows about it.
Yeah,
you're not going to do that.
Yeah, and so it actually makes it really interesting when people do that, where they send... Like, I was actually watching a video really last night, actually, right? About someone that they said this. They're an Uber driver, and they said, "Oh, this event happens, but luckily I caught it on dash cam. You know, the dash cam. She lied, and dash cam saved me, right?" And it's like, okay, well, like, what is this about? And then I watch it, and by the end, I'm like, okay, like, first off, that's very clickbait, because like all that happened is his car got scratched, and she denied that it was her that scratched the car. That's all that happened. It's like, is this really the big fuss that you're gonna go with?
Yeah. No, yeah. God, with all the cameras around, surely we would have picked up some aliens by now.
Yeah, well, I think that aliens sort of see what we're like and just be like, hey, nope, out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're just getting the fuck out because, no.
Real quick, before we continue, John Rapp for $2 says, at Anamorphic Mind, thanks, I think it's because Anamorphic Mind is using the pool of John Rapp money that everyone can dive into for some reason.
Yes. Sorry, where can I access this? The stash of cash that John Rapp's got lying around and anyone can use.
I mean,
I would quite like to know.
I think some of it is going to be sent to my bank account next month, so... you know...
Well, yeah. Some of it, but I'd like the whole pot.
Yeah. Anyway, on with...
Cops were doing to people that were not elderly. They were doing... I mean... I'm going to make a declarative, subjective statement in that while those people were wearing uniforms and they are empirically cops, they're not actual cops. They're being traitors to their own citizens. If their mothers were standing there watching what they were doing, if they had 1 ounce of empathy or sympathy, either or both, they would be ashamed of themselves. It's so shameful.
You know what? I think the mothers should have been there I think the mothers of everyone should have been there to tell them to go to their room. You know, like, mothers of the COVID protesters should have been, go to your room and don't come out. You got to isolate now. You're grounded. And same with the mothers of the
but I don't think you understand how boomers work these days. Boomers and Facebook.
Yeah. That was just a bad joke that I decided to make there.
What's going on? You know, we're not talking about, you know, like what happened here in America, where the cops have the right to, like, defend someone's property. You know, like someone is, like, setting a match.
Oh, that's very interesting. I think you're right there.
Oh.
He's definitely going for
Interesting.
He's definitely going for an angle here.
Let's see where he takes this.
To some property, and they're trying to burn it down. It's like, well, that's somebody's business and their livelihood. You know, then anybody with a half a brain can say, well, you know, the cops could, you know, whip out the tear gas and, you know, do whatever to stop it. I don't know about the laws in Australia on that, but I know what the laws are here in the United States, in most states on that. We're talking about peaceful protesters. They weren't throwing things and throwing punches. The cops were doing, and they're not.
Oh, no.
I fucking called it, didn't I?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Peaceful protesters storming a police line.
Yeah.
Versus a guy playing a trumpet being barraged with tear gas. Yeah, same thing.
Yeah, like, what's going on?
Or, in his case, different things, because the former is unjustified according to him, but the latter is perfectly fine.
Yeah, like, when it comes to things... When it comes to this sort of thing, I can see like, I can see where he's coming from with the Australian thing. If you ignore the protesters that were throwing bottles at the cops, if you ignore the protesters that were storming the police line, you know, I would, even if I was in support, I'd say, hey, look, even if I was in support of the protesters' cause, I'd say, hey, look, the protesters shouldn't have been throwing bottles at the police officers, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that much is obvious. Like, I can understand, like, if the police officers were to sort of start, you know, storming you, that you might want to try and fight back. But, I mean, you're up against police officers. You're not going to come out on the winning side of that interaction. And if you do...
No, because you can't. Because you can't do anything, because you'll get arrested.
Yeah.
Because the police officer, it's an there's a power imbalance. The police officer is legally protected, and especially in the US, you know, it's actually a lot of cases is codified in their contract that, you know, on the things like qualified immunity, that under the right circumstances, they can beat the shit out of you, and there's some real fuckery around that.
Yeah.
Being employed by the police unions there. But you look at a police officer funny and you'll get arrested.
And when you are obviously fighting back, it makes you look bad as well. Like, it's not good in a legal... It's not good for your legal thing when you end up going to court. And it's also not good optics-wise when you want to make yourself look like you're being oppressed by the police officers. Just, you know, like, stage your demonstration, and if the police officers encroach, then take a video on that of you being non-violent and show how bad it was. Don't edit out parts that make you look, you know... Although, obviously, people are going to always try and edit it to make them look as peaceful as possible. But yeah, like, I can sort of see where Ken is coming from, but with the people throwing stuff, like, yeah, it's very clearly that the protesters were, like, if they weren't fully in the wrong, they're still definitely in the wrong to an extent, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, we can look at, you know, the case in isolation. You know, there's a woman, she's being forced down onto the ground. She's on the ground, she's subdued, and they spray her.
Yeah,
that's wrong. But the police rush comes from the fact that the crowd rushed the police to begin with.
Yeah,
right. So there's a clear instigation there. Now, is it right for the officer to spray her while she's down? No. But as a whole, is the police rush, then is that justified? Yeah, probably. Is Ken justified in the fucking comparison he just made? No, because basically he's just like, nah, that's my side. I ideologically align with those people when they can't do no wrong.
Yeah, like I will admit that when it comes to some of the BLM protests, some of them did get out of hand, and that is a bad thing. I do not think that you should try and escalate protests into riots. There is a very clear bad thing that's happening there. You know, if you decide, okay, you know, I'm going to start torching buildings, right, then that is bad. I do not agree with that.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have any quandary with saying that torching buildings is a bad thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of criticisms you can level at people, you know, setting fire to the third precinct. Yeah, that's not a good thing. You know, and I don't know, looting the Target, even though Target CEO kind of said, "It's fine." That's still not cool. But you had some other actions like what was seen outside of the Justice Center in Portland, where there was an all out assault on it. But that was already after weeks and weeks of being shot at by the police.
I actually just realized that. So I've come to a huge revelation, because G Hammeron's chat said, "But if there's a spider, if there's a spider, then it's perfectly Don't you think that if there's a spider, then it's perfectly acceptable to set fire to a building?"
No, that is the correct response.
Yeah.
Depends on the kind of spider, of course. I mean, you have some really nice, some of those big spiders, but certain little spiders burn it down.
Yeah, like I also realised that when it came to the Australian bushfires, it was clearly started by someone trying to, someone was like, "Oh, there's a spider in Australia, got to set fire to Australia."
Yeah, that's just a perfectly reasonable response.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, too many spiders, burn it down.
Yeah, alright. Continue on with the video.
Cops. They're cops in name only. And what they were doing was indefensible. Let's tear gas old women, then push them to the ground. It was not an accidental bump. Push her to the ground, and then did something that
was not tear gas, buddy.
Okay, what was it like? It was some foam thing.
That's pepper spray. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a foam. It's not tear gas. Like tear gas, is you know if it's tear gas because there's a big cloud of gas.
Yep.
Very easily potentially lethal. When you spray that foaming stuff in someone's faces.
Glenn Collins just said, "You guys are officially banned from coming here now." I think.
Yeah. No. All right. I'll behave.
They're laying down. The next thing that person is going to do is reflexively aspirate it, suck it into their lungs, and that is easily lethal. That's not my opinion. That's a fact.
I hate when he says that it's not an opinion, that's a fact.
Yeah. I don't know about that. I'm kind of smelling bullshit, but I know that pepper spray can be it can be pretty nasty.
Yeah.
It's not pleasant.
Yeah, and I don't think that it would be I don't think that it would be good if you were to breathe it in, but it's like one of them things where I'd probably I don't know what I'd do. I'd probably try and breathe out first, like to try and get it all out of my nose before. Although there can be issues. Tris Durham says, "Does he repeat himself?" Yeah, like it seems like he is repeating himself. We'll watch for like a few more minutes, and if he doesn't make any new arguments, we'll go on to the "don't watch this video" one. How's that sound?
Yeah.
It's called Rules of Engagement Using LTLs, which are less than lethal, so.
Oh, it became a bobblehead for a second there. We can get like a bobblehead Ken Wheeler. I didn't know that his head could do that. Maybe you need...
Put him on my dashboard.
If someone were to make a bobblehead Ken Wheeler, I would put him there and just like sometimes like bobble his head occasionally in videos.
Oh, that would be an excellent idea for his merch store. I mean, maybe, if he actually sold that, then, he could, make an honest living.
Okay, Ken, if you're watching this...
At least there's...
Ken, if you
make yourself into a bobblehead.
Please make yourself into a bobblehead, Ken. That'd be so... I would purchase that. I would.
I would buy it.
Elon Musk says bobbleheads have necks. That is why I was so surprised that his head bobbled for a second, because I just want a bobblehead Ken Wheeler now.
A bunch of Canadians sent me. There's a lot of big stuff is happening up in various provinces of Canada. Let's go to Alberta first. A bunch of people in Alberta told me they've gone into totalitarian lockdown and juice passport overdrive, and I confirmed that is the case.
Okay, well, hold on. What's a juice passport?
Vaccine passport.
Ah, gotcha.
Juice. Yes.
I mean, honestly, it sounds like a lot of these people...
I don't think he was going to do an anti-Semitism there.
Honestly, it sounds like a lot of these people that talk about vaccines passports haven't heard that, A, you need to have your vaccines to get into school, and B, you know, have you never been to the club and got asked for ID?
Yeah, I mean, vaccines to get into to get into school. That's not. Maybe that's just New Zealand and some other countries, but it's definitely not the case here, and it's not the case in the US. So that's not universal. It's actually a big problem, because like at universities we get regular measles outbreaks and stuff like that.
Okay.
Because all the kids that all the students that are coming in now are right the age of being born around the big Wakefield controversy thing. Controversy, not controversy. Bullshit.
Yeah. So yeah, as I always say, get your sperm mutants vaccinated.
Yes. Get the crotch goblin some juice.
Yeah.
I just got this,
but yeah, I mean, the vaccine passports, it's an interesting one for me because, I kind of see it as problematic, right? But on the other hand, like, I've spoken to a few people who are like, "No, I'm not going to get vaccinated," and I said, "Yeah, but what, affecting international travel, stuff like that. What if there's a vaccine passport? Then they will just go, oh yeah, I'll get the vaccine," because people like to kind of stand up for their principles and stuff like that. But as soon as they're mildly inconvenienced, they'll stop it.
Yeah.
So yeah, they'll just get a little jab you can't even feel, because otherwise you can't have a pint. So like, it is quite pragmatic, but in principle, I'm not a fan of the idea. Right? It's not an easy one.
Like when it comes to this thing, it is one of them things where it is hard to sort of, because you want people to have liberties, right? You want people to be able to do what they want. However, the issue is that when it comes to these kinds of things, it's everyone's health is on the line, right? Because it's like because of the amount of people that are stupid, you got a lot of people that just aren't going to get vaccinated. And I really don't like the idea of a few people, because of their freedom to not get vaccinated, they take away everyone else's freedom to live in a world that's not being ravaged by the plague.
Well, yeah, that's the other issue, right? Because it's not your personal freedom. It's not just you. And on the other hand, right, that we live in a society, and there's some kind of agreements that we make, to participate in society. There's certain expectations you get, that comes with certain rights, and it comes with certain responsibilities. And I would firmly stick this, getting vaccinated as one of your responsibilities. But yeah, the vaccine passport itself, I find it questionable. And I'm purely kind of swayed on it just from the pragmatic perspective that, it is probably a good idea. But it is something that we must be careful about, and we mustn't take for granted.
John Rapp said, if someone developed a procedure to remove antibodies, anti-vaxxers would line up. Then we could all shake their hands a lot.
Well, there's a procedure to kind of eliminate antibodies, but it's very expensive, and you would notice.
Also, didn't we try and didn't we? Well, it wasn't really invented. Didn't nature invent a procedure to remove antibodies, or to basically decimate the immune system?
I think it did.
Unfortunately,
I can't remember what it's called. But it definitely seems to aid with the process of destroying your immune system.
Trying to destroy. Maybe it tried to destroy hive mind. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh God. I don't know.
Anyway, almost forgot a super chat by John Rapp for $2 said, AB, happy to share. Please provide account number and PIN. That's in reference to...
all right. I'll send that across later.
Do you want a credit
You
card?
can do whatever you want with my account and PIN because there's fucking nothing to take.
It reminds me of the thing... John Wick needs your help, and to do that you must provide your credit card number, 3 digits on the back. Something, I can't remember the full thing. Yeah, but that was a fun
Yeah,
name.
wait, no, I think it was Jeremy Clarkson who was talking about his account details, and he published them in the paper saying, like, well, everyone's saying that, you got to keep your account details safe and stuff like that. Don't share that. And he published his saying, like, well, the only thing you can do if you have my account details is deposit money. But then some charity kind of took the piss and set up a direct debit and took 25 quid of him or something like that. Because if you have the facilities, you can use that to set up a direct debit as a company. But yeah, as an individual, you're kind of going to struggle with taking money out of the account.
And most companies, if they do try and set up a direct debit without someone's permission, that would become a huge issue, and they may lose that privilege.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of it's kind of considered a naughty. I think there might be some kind of laws against that. But fortunately, it's not exactly going to be the crime of the century. It's like, oh, here you've got your account saying you took money out of that and you set up that direct debit. But anyway. Yeah, so what has he got to say about Canada then?
Yeah.
Years ago from several people in Saskatchewan. So they are telling me, and I read the publication from the government in Saskatchewan. It's a bunch of legalese, of course. Not that I can't read legalese, which I can. They're saying that there's essential martial law in the province of Saskatchewan as of September 13th. I had a friend over for dinner last night. She's a lawyer and extremely informed on what is taking place in Canada. That's what this person is telling me. She told me that they're now having snitch lines. As the Australians call it, daubing. I had no idea what the hell daubing was. Like, you could daub on your neighbor. So what? What the hell?
How did he not know what daubing is?
If you're in the US, it's going to be, it's a bit of slang that you're not going to be privy to.
Yeah, like, it's even in, like, one of the big songs that everyone knows. Hey, Santa Claus. It's like, I'll dob you in, you old cunt.
No.
Okay, what's he saying about this dobbing line?
How's that? So you snitch on somebody. Okay. Yeah, I've never heard that term because that's an Aussie thing, you know. So anyway, up in Canada, they have snitch lines where people can report on their neighbors and others who are spreading dangerous information.
What was that expression for? Okay, never change.
It's not funny at all. I'm not laughing because it's funny. If this happens to you, you will be brought in for a psych evaluation. I need to have that confirmed. I can't confirm that. I can confirm, you know, the declaratives from the government on that paper, the state of emergency, and it's just a long list of, like, you know, it's like the world is ending. You know, it's like what a country would, a legal document that a country would put out to its citizens if we knew, like, a giant meteorite was headed our way, is going to wipe out the Earth in a week, or, you know, just. So that document is confirmed from the government.
Okay, I'm confused. Like it sounded like he went on like 3 different tangents there.
Yeah, that's not exactly the most coherent kind of thought there. Snitch lines, dobbings, asteroids, what?
Yeah, send people in for a psych evaluation because they got... Like, why... Like, it makes no sense why you'd send someone in for a psych evaluation if they broke, like, lockdown rules. Like, why... Why would you... Like, what would be the point in that? Yeah, I'm very... Like, that claim sounds very dubious. And obviously it's... Obviously, like, if we go to the comments here, we're going to have people praising him, saying, oh, you know, this is totalitarian. Yeah, like, I'm Australian, and I can't believe people are allowing this to happen. Why haven't we formed an army and took back our country is beyond me.
Oh, that's questionable.
And then the got one person says, as Croc Dundee would say, that's not a knife, this is an outrage. Didn't quite get the accent right there. And then another person, oh no. Looks like the Western world has forgotten to cancel their 30-day free neo-Marxism trial. It's like people don't know what
yes, of course.
It's like people don't know what Marxism is, and so they just use it as a scary word. Like they seem to equate Marxism with totalitarianism. And so anytime the government...
because there's been a long-standing effort to make people equate that. There's been a whole political project to make people, well, automatically have that association, and it's it's very silly.
And then you got, let's see something here real quick. Mysterious. Hold on, hide 9 replies. 9 replies from Theoria, Hypothesis, and others. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, has he blocked you?
Yeah.
It's funny how that happens.
Yeah.
So I've just by the way, I've just looked at this snitch line, right? For Toronto or Toronto. Sorry, Canadians. So there's a snitch line. Again, pretty questionable. But what it looks at is mask use non-compliance, applying to mask or face coverings in the workplace. Public health measures non-compliance in public spaces, bit vague. Illegal gathering, excluding parks. Public health measure non-compliance, again, people not complying health measures in parks. All right, okay, cool. Trying travel quarantine orders for all travelers arriving in Canada under a quarantine order from the Public Health Agency of Canada. So basically, someone comes from a country where they're required to quarantine and they don't comply to that. And non-compliance with self-isolation orders. So that's the bit that they're and price gouging. So businesses charging inflated prices. So those are the things that you can snitch on. It's not about spreading misinformation or anything like that. Mask use non-compliance. I don't think they're going to be chasing individuals down if you're Karen enough to report individuals. Now, public health measures, non-compliance, pretty questionable. Okay, again, by the looks of it, it is about kind of systemic issues in the workplace, but mostly. But then travel quarantine orders and self-isolation orders, yes, especially self-isolation orders. If you need to self-isolate and you refuse to do that, then you are knowingly putting others at risk. That should be a crime.
Yeah, like here in New Zealand, we actually had a very interesting thing happen, right? Which, like, the entirety of New Zealand simultaneously got outraged at two people, right? Two people. Essentially, what they did.
Yeah.
What they did is they lived in Auckland, right? Now, we don't know if they were infectious, right? But they live in Auckland. Auckland is in level 4 lockdown, but the rest of the country is in level 2 lockdown because Auckland is where all the infectious people are, right? So what happens is the only way that you're allowed in and out of Auckland is for essential work, right? If you don't have essential work, then you're not allowed to go into Auckland and you're not allowed to leave Auckland, right?
Yeah.
Now, what happened is these two people, they went out of Auckland for essential work, right, somehow. They went to Hamilton, got on a plane, and flew to their holiday home in Wanaka.
Right. Okay. So they kind of the actual act of leaving was for. Oh God.
I think it was a thing where they somehow got a permit to leave for essential work, but they, instead of just leaving for essential work, they went to Hamilton. Then went from Hamilton, just flew to their holiday home in Wanaka.
Right.
I just noticed we've got spammers in chat like that are actually doing spam.
Yeah. Yeah, I've just killed it.
Yeah. But yeah, and like the entire country got outraged at these two people. Like basically everyone wants them to be made an example of because they say that they did nothing wrong.
Oh God!
And like everyone is saying,
I mean,
like everyone is saying, send them to prison.
yeah, that's. I mean, obviously they did something wrong, but that's also kind of like that's mob justice, isn't it? That's not how it works.
The issue though is that you got like one of them is a lawyer, the other one is has like a parent who's a judge. So what's probably going to happen is they're probably going to have no big punishment, and like a couple.
No, of course not.
Like the fine would be like something like I think about $8,000 total, which isn't much for a lawyer. I'd say. It'd be like if I had to pay $100 to someone. That wouldn't. At the end of the day, yes, that's an annoyance for me, but I can deal with that.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure if it scales that much, but yeah, it's yeah. Oh, I noticed someone comments something about about supercomputer stuff, so I'm quite interested to see what he's got there.
Yeah, where was it? Yeah, please talk more about the supercomputer algorithms. It seems like you have more to say, and it was very interesting. I would like to see what Ken Wheeler has to say about supercomputers. I feel like he would be extremely under. Maybe he might know a little bit about algorithms, but I kind of doubt that.
I somehow doubt it.
Yeah, especially when it comes to like one of the things that seems like magic to me, right? Is I was recently playing a game and I was like, okay, what are they doing here for this? They had this thing that was where it looked like pseudo 3D, right? I was like, okay, how are they doing this, right? Because this looks like it needs like a whole lot of magic. Maybe it used like a whole lot of different polygons and stuff to try and polygonish stuff like with the way that it rendered things. But like, it seems like it would take quite a bit to do in GameMaker because I know that the game was made in GameMaker, right? It's like, did they use a shader? What did they use here? You know, that kind of stuff. Yeah, and shaders are very difficult to do because essentially shaders, you're working with a matrix, right? So, and secondly, I'm not sure if you can use if statements because any if statement that you'd do would be applied to every single pixel within that matrix.
Yeah. I mean, there's some clever ways you can go about it. But yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And you've got... What's the name of your cat there?
Rory.
Rory.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm guessing Rory doesn't like to be on camera.
She's just being a fussy little princess.
Okay. Alright, we'll go on to the don't watch this video, the forbidden video that is obviously titled in a way to make people want to watch the video.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, have you, by the way, seen how prolific this guy is?
What?
Have you seen how prolific this guy is? Like, in the past 24 hours, 3 videos.
Yeah, like, it's... If I did... Like, the thing is... If I did this, right, firstly, like... If I decide to make 3 videos in 24 hours, firstly, that would probably burn me out pretty quickly, right? I'd probably make a whole lot more if even a video a day would probably burn me out. Sometimes I'll be working on a video and I'll just be like, okay, this is enough for today. Like, this video is getting delayed. In fact, videos that I was working on last week, I'm working on a video about... Well, it's not really a video per se, it's a song about something that Ranty did recently.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's going to be a fun one. But yeah, just working on video sometimes can be very difficult and burn you out a bit, you know?
Yeah, but I suppose it depends. I mean, he just does stream of conscious stuff, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I suppose that's why it's not that coherent in a lot of these videos, because he is just rambling a lot of the time. I just like the ones where it's scripted and actually put effort in. They're extra fun.
So firstly, I don't script my videos because I'm not... Like, most of my videos are unscripted. Some of them I do have a script for. Or at least, I try to have a script for. It's very hard for me to work on a script. ADHD brain makes that hard.
Yeah, no, I need to script everything and be very careful about stuff. And even then, I fuck it up sometimes. And that's kind of the downside as well. It's like because I'm less likely to fuck it up, but when I do fuck it up, I don't notice it.
Yeah.
When I use the script, because I just then compare the kind of recording with the script, and it's like, yeah, that's all there, yeah, but you fucked up the script. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway,
Yeah.
we're not supposed to watch this one, but we will.
Okay. Oh, Jesus.
Maybe he needs to start like recording music of him just whistling. You know.
Oh, that could be done actually.
Yeah.
Just him humming and whistling. Yeah.
Hey! Flop down in the chair. I'm wearing this robe because it's kind of damp and wet and cool outside, and there's just certain weather conditions. Every people say, "Where's your hemp robe at?" I was like, "Well, I'm wearing my hemp robe now."
I mean,
made
you
this,
can always
by the way,
wear
on my sewing machine about
jackets
20 years
or
ago. Something like that.
hoodies.
For those of you that kept asking, I have it right here. There's the new Fuji film 18mm f1.4. I'm working on the review for it.
Sorry, what was that?
I'm still working.
Fuji.
Fuji film 18mm f1.4. I'm working.
Yowza. Okay. This is just a part of it's just part of a thing, of his grift that he's got going on, saying that he lives tight, and he really needs your donations, otherwise he struggles for money. But then if you look behind him, look at all the gear, and he's not sponsored by Fujifilm or anything like that, so he's paying for that out of pocket. That lens is £880.
Ouch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Something's not consistent here. I'm okay with someone soliciting donations, right? But he's doing it under the pretext that he's strapped for cash. But he clearly isn't.
Yeah. Well, I understand. I understand saying, "Hey, look, I'm, because you can say most of your money goes towards rent and that, but then it's to which extent, maybe if you bought a few less lenses, and I get that I think he reviews lenses and stuff, so I can get that.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's one of the
yeah, but it's on its own, asking for donations, people support the channel, obviously that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Him buying that shit and everything, again, perfectly fine, not an issue with it, but he's kind of operating under soliciting the donations under false pretenses.
Yeah.
If we just said here's donations, it allows me to run this channel, great, it's fine.
Yeah, that would actually be perfectly fine if he just did it that way.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with it, but it's there's an image he tries to he tries to create, and he tries to propagate of himself as this spiritual guru who doesn't do it for for money. He just does everything out of the kindness of his own heart and all of that. And well, no, I don't fucking buy it.
He does it all for lenses.
Yeah, but that's the thing. He's not actually that good. He'll do a review on this lens, say, yeah, it's a good lens. Yeah, it's an £880 lens. Of course, it's going to be good.
Yeah, I the way that I see things is I don't pay much attention to the smaller details of lenses, right, or anything. It's just, does this image look nice? And sometimes it looks really nice, and it's like, okay, yeah. It's like when it comes to right, I suppose when it comes to video game graphics, right? Like, who really... Like, generally the thing is, does this game look nice? And sometimes it looks nice, sometimes it looks bad, you know? Like, sometimes you can say, oh, it looks bad because things are too square, right? You know, too little polygons. And it's like, okay, that is a criticism you can have, but, like, you know, if it... I forget where I'm going with that, so...
I think you kind of lost that.
Yeah, my point here is that, you know, I don't really care about fancy lenses. As long as it looks nice, then that's a good thing.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, I know people are into it and stuff, but from quite a lot of photographers I hear, just like, well, yeah, his advice on lenses is pretty decent, but then again, if you look at the stuff he reviews, it's all upper mid-range stuff. It's like I know nothing about cars, right? But I can do a review of a Mercedes E-Class and come with the conclusion that it's a really nice car. It's like, well, yeah, of course it's going to be a nice car. It's simple as that. Yeah, you need, you know, it needs to be a little bit more than that. But I also see that, you know, he's not exactly a particularly competent photographer either. So, yeah.
Well, the most that I know about photography is just like rule of thirds and that kind of stuff. There's a few other rules, like
I know.
Light behind you is better rather than like if the subject is in front of a light. That can make for some interesting shots, but it's always way better to have the light behind you.
Yeah, it depends what you're doing, but yeah, it's yeah. I know very little about photography. I know how lenses work, but that's because it's just optics, right? Now compound lenses gets a bit messier and stuff like that. Okay, couldn't tell you anything about anything really on that with confidence. I mean, I've got my crappy little camera here. I point and shoot shit.
Yeah.
It does what I need it to do.
Yeah, so some people don't like when in my videos my camera will just go out of focus, and like I have actually been working on that as well. I often I have to right click and go into the thing, turn the focus off. But every time I go to take a photo for the thumbnail, because I'm using the camera on the computer camera, that thing, it turns the focus back on. I'm like, no, please don't. It's like, I don't want autofocus, I just want it to be...
Yeah, I mean, I film everything with my phone, to be honest. It's got decent enough camera on it for what I need.
Yeah. Anyway, else.
But anyway, shall we, get on with this nonsense.
On the review for it, I'm still recovering, and my hands hurt from doing an enormous amount
of
work.
Oh no, you shouldn't masturbate that much, Ken.
No.
If your hands are hurting from it, it's time to stop. I just had to make that comment.
Yeah, it had to be done.
Over the past few days, especially yesterday. I spent like 12 hours plus yesterday doing...
Holy shit, that's a lot.
That's a lot of jacking it, man. I mean...
No wonder your hands hurt.
It's pounding it hard. All right. Tell us more, Ken.
Yeah. Leather work, and it was brutal.
Sounds like it.
I don't know if you know this or not, but the IRS are trying to pass a law.
I love how there was actually no clarifications there as to the work that he was doing, so it allowed us to actually...
Yeah, I think he's been making crocodile skin wallets for his fans, which, you know, the fucking things are ugly as hell, but fair enough. If that's what you're into and your fans are into and you do that, then go nuts. Why not?
Yeah. But I still find it funny. Like, if he had have had any clarification on it, it would be like, oh, that's what he was doing. But no, we were able to just assume that it was.
Yeah. Yeah. But, as Chris Durham said, like, lockdown has been tough on us all. So.
Yeah.
And I think it's going to go through. It's tacked on to some other sort of bill in Washington that the banks have to report any movement of $600 or more in or out of your bank account. You want to talk about a Big Brother and police state.
Oh!
Every transaction of $600 or more in or out of your bank account. Absolutely unbelievable. The bank.
I love this frame. Anyway.
Nice.
Like, we... He's just looking at me with that expression.
Don't look at it for too long, it just gets funnier.
Anyway, I'll look at chat. So yeah, like, having movement of $600 or more, like, reporting that to IRS, it seems like reasonable, like, it's one of those things that I can understand that, because someone might want to pay that to like what did Kent Hovind do, the other Kenny boy? He was doing things where he would withdraw like just under $10,000, was it? And like, and then use that to pay his employees so that it could go under the table or something, so they didn't have to pay tax on it or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's a well-known tax grifter, isn't he? So.
Yeah. And so, like, this reducing the amount to $600 would just mean that, and obviously they're not going to be like, oh, if you buy like $600 worth of hemp robes, they're not going to be like, oh, this is something that we need to look into. It's just like, because that's probably just going to be transferred like through something, transferred like through like legal things rather than.
Yeah, so basically, I think he's going off an InfoWars piece here. By the looks of it. I should know that. I've been following Alex Jones quite a bit, but I've been falling behind a bit.
He recently addressed some of the thirst for him. Alex Jones did.
Sorry?
Apparently, Alex Jones recently addressed some of the thirst for him.
Right.
Yeah, because he used to be in better shape like years back, and people found that out and were like, "Oh, like Alex Jones didn't look too bad back then," and now he's like, "Okay, yeah, I'm gonna get back in shape."
Right. I don't think that man can go back into shape because he's fucking lost.
I mean, he is a shape.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he is a shape. Yeah.
Have you found the thing that he's referring to, or?
Yeah, it's a bit more complicated than that, basically. I mean, this is actually kind of the first time I'm hearing of it, but basically, by the looks of it, it's not tracking individual transactions at all. The banks will report an aggregate of what's happening across all their accounts. That's what it looks like.
1 second, I'm just gonna take a screen.
Take a screenshot of that.
Yeah, that can become like a new emoji or something like that. Let me put that in my Discord server for later.
That's classy.
Yeah. And like that can easily become like an interesting emoji. Like, although I'd need to get a few more members on YouTube to get any new emojis for that. Because I'd have to probably remove 2 emojis to be able to add a new one in.
Or you have to upgrade.
Or I have to get more members, essentially. Get back to 10 members. Anywhom.
You're actually
Okay,
scared
so
to death.
apparently Alex Jones has been taking ivermectin on his show, and he's going through some sort of psychotic episode. Well, he's been going through a psychotic episode for decades now, to be honest.
Yeah.
This guy is not. He's not well. Is not well.
I recently watched the Mr. X episode of The Simpsons. Do you know that episode?
No.
So one where Homer essentially goes online, right, and then creates a website, but like his website gets no hits, right? And then what happens is he decides to say about some of the news that people are, talking about, like some of the conspiracies that are going on, and like the conspiracy that he first talks about just so happens to be true, right?
Yeah.
And he gets it from word of mouth, and just so happens to be true, and so he continues like doing journalistic work. And then, he uncovers a lot of interesting things, and then gets a Pulitzer Prize, right?
Right.
And then from that he reveals his identity, but then he just has nothing to report on afterwards, and so it's like, okay, he just makes shit up after that. Which seems to be very much like Alex's Jones sort of thing, where he got like one thing right a whole lot of years back, like with the Bohemian Grove thing, right?
No, the Bohemian Grove thing, he didn't get anything right.
He didn't?
No, because like he's talking about, security and as a whole sneak. It's all a fucking act because you can just walk in.
Okay.
Because John Ronson did the same thing. He just walked in.
Okay.
And several journalists have done that and just pretended to be part of the crowd. And what he said about this ritual and stuff like that, it's nothing. It's just Bohemian Grove is just a silly little rich people go and drink in a field somewhere, right? And they have stupid amateur drama kind of plays that they write and put on at a time, and then they have the cremation of care ceremony or something like that, and it's just about it's just about a symbolism of leave your cares behind, and we're just gonna have a week of pissing around and not worry about things like business and stuff like that. Yeah, it's an elitist boys club and stuff like that, and they probably have increased security now because so many journalists have kind of broken in on it. And but yeah, he made this whole big hoo-ha about having to sneak through the forest and past security and blah-de-blah-de-blah-de-blah, whereas people just walked into the car park and stepped on the coach that took people from the car park to the actual main site without an invite. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I suppose there are some other journalists that I could probably compare it to, like journalists that started out like getting something right and then just fell into conspiracy afterwards.
Yeah. I'm sure there are people out there. But yeah, Alex Jones, he got one thing right, which was I think it was just about intelligence agencies listening in on phone calls. Yeah.
I think everyone's known that for a long time, though.
Yeah, and I think there was some document that came out. It's like, yeah, see, I've been right. I've been proven right again. They're doing this. It's like, well, we've known that they've been doing this. This is not exactly news now, is it?
Yeah. All right, we'll continue on with what Ken is saying.
This happening because they know people are going to take their money out of the bank. We all know banks are evil. Consider, well, whatever you do with your money is none of my business. Consider cashing out or sticking it into hard assets like land, which is what I've done.
Buy gold. Buy gold.
Hold on, Ken, buddy. Like we've called you out before in this video for being like, aren't you supposed to be poor and you got money in land?
Yeah, he's got millions in property. Apparently, that's what I hear. Someone did contact, like a private investigator did contact me at some point, and kind of said, like, yeah, I've got this information. Do you want to do anything with it? I said no, because I don't care about that. But and I don't want to know the veracity of it. But yeah, he has openly said, on his farm, he does drive a really nice BMW. He does have 2 cameras in the background, usually, which cost $5,000 and $10,000 each, right? So, yeah.
I feel like,
but at least he's putting his money in assets like land, all right, and that's okay. But if you're putting it into things like cameras, that's a depreciating asset that doesn't work.
yeah, like things like investing into stocks, like depending what stocks, obviously, but investing into things like stocks, into land. I mean, that's going to, those assets, I think, gain value over time generally, don't they?
Well, yeah, land generally does, although it is taxed in the US here. But yeah, stocks, that depends on the stock market, of course. But stock market is rigged now that it's over the long term, it's just going to go up and up and up and up and up because it's so divorced from reality now. Yeah, it's
and even with stocks, like you also get paid dividends as well. So
yeah. I mean, depends on your portfolio, right? It depends what you put together. I mean, you've got not all stocks pay dividends. But you can set up a portfolio where and that's a long-term strategy. You go for a low beta index, low beta stocks, which basically just follow the general trend of the market, and then you have a few in there which pay really good dividends. It's low return but very low risk as well.
Yeah.
Hashtag not financial advice, obviously.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, you shouldn't take financial advice from people that don't get into that kind of stuff, Yeah,
and there's kind of licensing that goes around it, and I don't have that. I can tell you what I've done over the years, and it's all very boring. It's all very obvious, but that's it. All right.
Yeah.
Keep it safe.
Yeah. I wonder if Ken Wheeler invests in gold though. Buys gold.
Oh, probably.
Wouldn't surprise me.
He's into fucking crypto, so he's probably got some gold going on as well.
Yeah.
Of financial advice. Been answering a lot of emails recently.
Hold on, I
do.
I want to just go back a few seconds because, like, did he say?
Did you just say hashtag not financial advice?
I give financial advice.
Right.
And which is what I've done. And once again, I don't give financial advice.
He says he doesn't give financial advice. Okay. That's good.
A lot of emails recently. I do have 2 email addresses. My main email for contact is neoplatonist@icloud.com, but my PayPal account is kenw111. A lot of people send correspondences to one, and they think the PayPal account is a normal, but it is. Either one of them is perfectly fine to send me an email to, but I answer a lot of emails. I've actually spent like the past 4 hours plus answering emails, and I do read.
Gee, 12 hours jacking off and 4 hours reading emails.
I mean, if you play, if you're talented, you can, at least multitask that one.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
I mean, I listen to my emails these days. I just tell my Outlook to get a little katana voice to read out my emails whilst I'm commuting.
My emails
Makes it much easier, but I suppose theoretically I could pound one out if I'm listening to my email. It's much easier.
Nice. Do you, from those emails that say local singles in your area?
Yeah.
Every comment. I wanted to make a couple comments in this video. And by the way, this video is entitled "Don't Watch This Video." So, but if you do like my videos, and I'm helpful, and I try to be, brutally honest, and sometimes that works, and sometimes even if it doesn't work on the video, I still say to myself, and I'm comforted by the facts, like, at least I was honest and forthright in what I said. I didn't have some sort of ulterior motive or agenda in what I.
You sure about that, Ken?
Sorry, I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna have to pull Cassius Romanus up on his dad joke. If you're just investing in pure neodymium, that's not attractive unless you cool it down to low temperatures or have it in an alloy of some sort. If you're going to pull the magnetism as an attractive subject, dad joke. Elemental neodymium is not magnetic at room temperature.
Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah, at room temperature, you've only got iron, cobalt, and nickel, right? They're the only ferromagnetic materials at elements at room temperature. Obviously, you can have compounds like, you have your neodymium magnets, which have got boron and iron and other stuff in it. But elemental neodymium has quite a low Curie point.
Okay. Basic Twig just says, "Oh, someone just got AB burned."
This is my subject. So,
yeah, I forgot what Ken was going on about there. Yeah, he was saying how he tries to be forthright in his videos and doesn't have any kind of agenda or anything. Are you sure about that, Ken? Sure you don't have any agenda?
I said, but any donation is really, really.
Oh, and here we go. I was actually waiting for that. I was wondering when he was going to get to the any donation is appreciated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you want to secure your future financial success, run a long-standing grift, painting yourself as the spiritual guru who lives tight and is strapped for cash and needs your help.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Yeah, here's the thing. I think that everyone in chat should super chat me so I can buy a Ken Wheeler bobblehead.
We will get one commissioned.
Yeah, I want that. Wait, can you actually get them commissioned?
I'm sure you could. I mean, theoretically, right? A bobblehead is just two bits of plastic connected with, with a little spring or, some kind of weird mechanism that you can put in place. That should be quite easy. And you can 3D print the head and then paint it. So it could be done.
Here we go. Custom bobblehead New Zealand. Okay. It says here, step 1, choose head to toe custom bobblehead. On the site here. So, step 2, upload your head photo and your custom favorite custom photos. And step 3, our artist will sculpt the. Not yet. Artist will sculpt the whole body according to the photos and descriptions you provided.
Yowza.
Oh, it reminds me of... Do you remember the Riley... I can't remember if it was a bobblehead, but it was a Riley thing that I think FTFE got. It's like a... it's like a toilet thing. Let's go FTFE Riley toilets. Oh, I'm just getting a whole lot of images for toilet seats now. TFOTY. Anyone knows the thing that... Here's the thing that I'm talking about. I'm getting a whole... Oh, okay, this is... Yeah, this is not the thing. I actually just saw someone that looks a bit like Nathan Thompson on the toilet. This is scaring me. It's Nathan Thompson if he didn't have so much of a beard. Yeah, I can't find it. It was a while back.
Yeah. Damn. Now we just need a chubby body, and then we can make a... you've already got the screen cap, so...
yeah,
get you a bobblehead.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll keep that open for later. Have a look at the prices. Hopefully I can get a discount, because $70 for a bobblehead is quite expensive, but I suppose it is custom, so, you know, you gotta make sure people are paid for it.
Yeah, precisely.
Yeah.
Kindly welcome, and I mean that. I like making, leather pieces for myself. I like designing things, but I mean, I'm working hard on my book on reproduction, and I've written a lot of articles for you, and they're all completely free. But there's a reason why I work 7 days a week, is that, it's difficult to pay the bills, honestly. And, I don't want to...
Oh, you see what he's doing here? You see what he's doing here?
Yeah, he has land, but it's difficult for him to pay the bills. Oh, jeez.
Yeah. You see, that's kind of the issue I've got with him, right? It's that you take donations, fine. You do all of that stuff, it's fine, but... Oh, God, no. No, I'm just not buying it. If you just give me the money, support, if you want to support the channel, do it. That's fine, right? Don't give that story with it, because it's not true. And if you're using that story to solicit donations, then you're a grifter.
Yeah, like, I find that it can be one of the things where how do I put this? Like, it can be one of those things where initially you might be, tight for cash or something, and you need people to support you. Like, I can get that, right? But at a point it becomes more supporting the channel than than trying to make ends meet, right? There's living... Yeah, it's like... how do I put this? There's, like, living comfortably, or there's, like, just surviving, right? Where...
Yeah.
Like, that would be when you're on the streets, right? Would be just surviving. Then there's just getting by, which is you're just managing to pay bills, so you'd be in a house, so everyone who lives in a house would be just getting by, right? At the very least, I'd say. Right? It may be difficult to get by, but, And then it becomes, sort of just able to sort of keep on top of things, where you're able to keep on top of your bills, you're able to pay for food, pay for rent, all that kind of stuff, but you don't have much left afterwards, right? You may have a little bit for yourself left afterwards, but you don't have a whole lot, right? And I'd say that's probably where I fit. Like I don't have very much left for me afterwards. It's because I get a lot of cheap rent, And then there is being able to buy $800 lenses, having investments, and like that goes beyond that. That's where you're able to put money into lenses. Like if you're not able to put money into lenses, just say, hey, look, I can't put any money into a lens. If someone could help me out with that, that would be appreciated. And
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. It's just about being honest, right? It could be a millionaire, or it could be a billionaire. Well, okay, no, billionaires can go fuck themselves. But it could be a millionaire, and it could be all right, and you can still solicit donations, and as long as you're open and honest about it, it's absolutely perfectly fine, right? Because he does put effort into his content, well, some. And he does do lots of stuff. He's quite prolific, and if you enjoy that content and if it speaks to you, then and you want to support that's fine. I'm not going to say that there should be an upper cap on how much money someone should earn off what they do on YouTube or anything like that.
Yeah.
No, but it's an honest transaction, right? And by spinning that line, he renders the transaction dishonest.
Yeah. And like when it comes to these things, like I was just gonna make another comment about how like I want to bring a bobblehead, that would be a point that I could make. I don't need to get a bobblehead. It's sort of something that I want for funsies, right? But if I were to say, I'm so hard done by, and use that money to get a bobblehead, it would be like, I'd say that would be dishonest,
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I work 7 days a week. But I just want to say any donation is really kindly welcome, and I would really appreciate, even if it's $1. You say, well, and someone, maybe 2 or 3 people, maybe 10 people, could be 100, I don't know, say, oh, this guy's, begging for a donation. And I don't see anything wrong with that. The most honest thing in the world, whether they be, someone that's going to use it for alcohol, and I don't drink alcohol, by the way. The most honest thing in the world is if you walk in by somebody on the street and they have their hat out and they're like playing their guitar, and you can just continue walking past them, or you could drop a quarter in the hat. So to me, that's been around since time immemorial. I'm never going to feel guilty about that. And of all the other YouTubers, I used to not sell anything at all, but because I have to work twice as hard now to make half as much, which is almost literally true. I work twice as hard now to make half as much money. Reason why, I'm different than the other YouTubers. I didn't used to sell anything at all, but now I, sell some leather pieces. But it takes an enormous amount of time, makes my hands hurt, and I have to have these $1,000 machines, and I have to have
he finally gave a reason for his hand hurting that wasn't missed. Took him long enough. Still,
Yeah.
like, how long is this ad going for? Like, is this, like, hold on, is this an 18-minute thing where he's like, because, like, I can understand, like, asking for donations. Like, he does have a point. There's nothing wrong.
There's nothing wrong with it. No.
Yeah. Like, I don't mind asking chat for donations, like, sending them super chats.
Yeah.
Like, because...
And, and if he's... Yeah, well, you should see his super chats. They'll make you very jealous. Yeah, it's absurd. It's there was actually one moment where I saw it and I thought, I was like, ooh, maybe this is actually a laundering operation. That's the amount of money that was going through there.
Oh, okay. Although, to be fair, like, if it's I feel like there'd be better ways to launder money, Like,
I don't know. Super chats will be quite a useful way of laundering money if you have enough people who will regularly donate, $100 $100.
Oh yeah, I suppose.
Then if you're a small, if you're running a small kind of operation, then actually that's quite a good way to launder money.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
Yeah, like I am confused. I suppose hats are a really bad way for anyone that may be wanting to busk. I busk. Haven't been busking in a while though. But anyone that wants to, hats are a really bad way because if you're in a windy area, that hat can get blown away. I prefer to use a guitar case myself, and I've actually got a guitar case that is quite solid, so even then, the wind will blow it sometimes, but it's better than a fabric guitar case.
Yeah, well, you just weigh it down with or your sweet dollar with your fake pennies and stuff like that you throw into use nudge theory to encourage donations.
Yeah, I actually, even without, using the whole nudge thing, so here's the thing. What actually drives donations more, I find, is, what I've seen is, people tend to donate all at once.
Mm-hmm.
It really does. It seems to be one of them things where a whole lot of people come and donate all at once, and then, you might earn, you might get, $15, right, from a whole lot of people all donating around at once. So, but that might be the only time you make money that hour, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Although I have noticed that donations have actually, I don't know if it's because I've gotten better. I don't know if it's because I'm been singing, but after COVID, donations rose drastically. I've been getting occasionally I'd get a $20 note.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. So
yeah. I don't know. I've never done any busking, but apparently we're guilting the chat into donating.
Did someone say that?
Yeah, absolutely we are. Give us all your money. Let's be honest about this. I want your money. All of it. Just send it to me.
Yeah.
Just give me your details, and I'll,
Yeah. Anyway, let's see how long it takes for him to get to the actual point of the video. I wonder if, the actual point of the video is just to try and get people donating.
I have a feeling that it is going to be because he's nearly 5 minutes into it, and that's all he's done so far.
Yeah, we should 1.5.
Oh, yeah. Excellent.
Yeah. Well, Basic Trig asks, what's $20 in real money? John Rat just donated $2 Australian. Nudge, nudge.
Yeah, nudge. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So 20 New Zealand dollars in real money. Oh, geez. Let me.
Depends what you define as real money.
Yeah, hold on. Give me a few seconds. 20 New Zealand.
It's about £10. I think.
It's 122 Swedish krona. So, yeah, 20 New Zealand dollars is 122 cents. That's real money, right? No, but I'm assuming you mean US dollars. 14 United States dollars.
The OG GBP, yeah, it's about £10.
Yeah. Actually, I often do this thing where I convert. Yeah, I often convert about 480 US dollars to New Zealand dollars because that's generally the amount I get from Patreon, and I get really depressed when I see it go up at during the middle of the month, and then dip.
Yeah, fluctuations aren't that much. It's generally all right, but I used to just keep it until there was a decent rate, but
Yeah.
I kind of figured like, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, like what happened recently was during the middle of the month. It was like because I think it's because we went into lockdown here in New Zealand that the value of the New Zealand dollar dropped, right? And then later on, like as it got closer to the end of the month when I get paid from YouTube, it just went back up again compared to the US dollars. Oh no. It's like I was going to get $700, but then I only got like $680.
Yeah.
And so far King Sleepy said for $2 US, wink wink nudge nudge, know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. John Nash was right.
Yeah, we've got the nudge theory going.
Yeah.
I wonder actually like how effective it is. Like if you could,
Nudge theory.
yeah, like I wonder if there's been like studies done.
Oh yeah. That's like this. It's a really long-standing kind of thing that's used a lot. It's why buskers put a bit of cash in their box when they start. It's why Amsterdam Airport, you've got a little fly painted on the inside of the urinal. There's lots actually, and nudge theory kind of really works.
I wonder. Now, the next question is how much money did the studies make from studying this?
Not a lot, because as a scientist, you don't make a lot of money. Funnily enough.
Maybe they need to employ nudge theory then.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see how long this donation asks like thing.
Enormous amount of skills to build these things, but I still feel proud in doing that. There's pride in manufacture. I'm not like selling t-shirts that is outsourced, because all those t-shirts are not made by the YouTubers themselves. They're outsourced to other people. So they don't actually have hands-on with the stuff.
Yeah, but there are designs.
Yeah, and it's fine. I respect the fact that he makes his own stuff and then sells it. That's good. I respect that.
I have been lazy in my designs in the past, and those designs are now unlisted from Teespring. Like the Planner Walk Games one, like I've gotten rid of that. Like that's a lazy design because I already had the thing I made that years ago. Except I still did the design for that logo, I guess. And it's because I was rebranding from Planner Walk Games to Ahoy Hoy Games when it came to my game.
Yeah.
Much better sort of thing, I think. Anyway, when it comes to that, like there's still like design element to it. Now, some things may be a bit lazy, but like you can be lazy with your design.
It's a free market.
Yeah,
it's a free market. If it's a lazy design and people don't want to buy it, then fine, they don't buy it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I can assure you that those YouTubers probably make less from their t-shirt sales than from an individual unit sale than he does from his sales. Now, I don't know the finances. I don't know his finances, but he's got greater control over the process, and therefore he should have a greater share of the profits, and he should be making more money out of it, or at least if he isn't, then he's doing it wrong.
Yeah, and also so I have this mug here, right? This, if I switch over to my camera just for a second, there we go. So I've got this mug here which has "This is an egg," right? Now
Nice.
I love going on to MCToon's channel or whatnot. And this will be the mug that I drink out of. Nobody notices that I'm drinking out of a mug that says, "This is an egg," right? But, it's one of them things which is just great. Now, I have spent more money on, buying my own merch than I've made off it, I think.
Oh, well, fuck it.
Yeah. But, it's one of them...
Have a laugh with it.
Yeah. I've also got this mug here. I got these mugs because, it helps with the brand, I guess. That being said, if you want to buy them, Teespringers.
Having a pepper grinder on your desk, that's very important.
Yeah, that's from when I was like making tomato on toast.
Okay, yeah, all right.
I've also got the salt here, like tomato on toast. You add like salt and pepper, like that's it. That's what everyone does, right?
Mayonnaise. Well, I don't think many people have tomato on toast. I quite like it, and people think it's weird, so I don't know.
Yeah, like try it. It's like on many for people in chat. Just try it. Like tomato.
Yeah.
You toast your bread, then you spread margarine or butter, whatever you use, and then slice tomato on toast, and then put pepper and salt. It tastes so much better with salt and pepper on it as well.
This is some prime cooking lessons from Planet Walk, who famously good taste of putting mayonnaise on lettuce.
I mean, here's the thing, right? The mayonnaise that I have says salad dressing, and it's like white.
Then it's not mayonnaise.
I'm pretty like it tastes like mayonnaise. Like
There may be salad cream, but they're different.
it looks like mayonnaise. It's like the same color as mayonnaise. Like some mayonnaise that I've tried tastes a bit less vinegary, I guess. But like the type that I like is particularly vinegary. So maybe it is a different thing, but it tastes very similar.
It's a different thing.
Like, let me know, is the salad dressing that I get, the value salad dressing, is that mayonnaise? Like...
I don't know. I don't know what brand you're getting. I don't know what the ingredients are.
Yeah, like, the stuff that you get from Pack and Save. Salad mayo, sir, says...
Salad mayo. Yeah, all right. That's a good resolution.
Anywho, we'll continue on.
That you're getting from them, and I actually feel proud that I'm sitting there, rubbing beeswax stuff into these wallets by hand, pounding on them with a hammer by hand, and so I don't feel bad in doing that. It takes up an enormous amount of time and labor, but at least that's something that I've actually made with my hands that I ship to the person. But I just want to say any donation is really appreciated, and there's a link below if you want to make one. Even $1 helps. I mean, it really does. Absolutely anything, even crypto. I've only actually ever had about 9 crypto donations, maybe 10 crypto donations. And what I've always done with it actually is you could use crypto and overstock.com to like buy stuff you need for your house, because stuff is always breaking, obviously. So the few times that I've had crypto donations, I went to Overstock, bought something, but I'm not going to feel bad about asking for that if you want to make one. If you want to tell me to like jump in a lake of fire, that's fine too. But I do write a lot of articles and books for free, and I do read every comment, and I try to be as helpful as possible. And I do lead a simple life. So.
Okay, I am actually gonna. If this video is like, because like I think he started at about 3 minutes ish asking for donations. If this goes for like another 40 seconds, I am actually gonna rag. If this only goes for 40 seconds and he talks about something else, I will rag on him for making a video that has like 4 minutes of donations. If that's how long it goes for.
And if he doesn't change the topic, then still rag on him because this fucking trash.
Yeah.
So, and the reason why I'm wearing this robe is because it's really comfortable because of the weather, but also too, for some odd reason, recently people have been requesting, "Where's your hemp robe at?" So that's the reason why I'm wearing it. The one thing I'd like to point out in this video, and this video is not about begging for donations, is it more...
Okay, it's not begging for donations despite the 3-minute donation spiel. Like, it's...
Alright, let's push on. What is the video about, Ken? Tell us.
Yeah, the stream is not about begging for donations, by the way. I came into the stream thinking like, oh yeah, we'll rag on Ken Wheel. It turned out to be a lot more about donations than I thought it would be. I actually don't shill myself that often though. I've noticed. Like sometimes it will get brought up, Like, actually,
Yeah, but
the best person...
But if you're, if you're still underhandingly shilling for donations, aren't you?
I will admit, though, the best person to get onto my channel to shill for, generally memberships, mostly, is actually Hugh Jarsz. He does great, like, shilling. And I don't have to ask him either. He'll just come on here and shill for me. And it's like, I didn't ask him to do that. He just did it.
Yeah, fair enough.
You know,
need to get him in here and, shill.
Yeah, he hasn't been on in a while. I'll have to get him on.
Than any other time in history, people need to understand what Baudelarization is. That's where stuff is left out, like detectives when they're interviewing a criminal. They're not really listening to what they're saying. A really good detective, they're listening to what the person is avoiding talking about. That really clues them in. And what's going on in the world right now is you and I and me and so on and so forth. They're not allowed to talk about ABC, XYZ. You're only getting flack when you're over the target. You really, 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 I have to stress this.
Oh,
really
shit. Fucking hell.
Yeah?
That is a QAnon line.
Yeah. So I take issue, like... Because I understand that there is a lot of times when, you get a lot of hate because you're saying the truth, right? But at the same time, sometimes you got to consider the possibility that you're wrong.
Yeah.
If you're getting a lot of flack, like, sure, it might be because you got the truth, but it could also be because you're wrong.
Yeah. But that's the whole mindset, isn't it? It's it is a refusal to entertain the notion that you may be wrong about something, that you may have misunderstood something, and it's ego protection, and it just renders the whole thing so unfalsifiable as well because. Yeah, because the whole thing is about protecting their egos and finding ways to convince themselves no, they're not, they're not wrong. And if you're over the target, most flack and all of that, that's a line that gets repeated so much in like the QAnon crowd, and it's featured quite heavily in a lot of Q drops as well. So. That's quite interesting.
Yeah. I wonder what more he has to...
Is he going down a little fascist rabbit hole?
Possibly, I don't know.
Oh,
Pay
interesting.
attention to what all these different entities, and you know who they are. Don't want you to talk about or to...
Hold on, what was that?
You're only getting flack when you're over the target. You really, 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 I have to stress this, you really have to pay attention to what all these different entities, and you know who they are.
I'm wondering, what did he... Now, this is... He mentioned earlier about what they didn't... What people don't say. What didn't he say there?
Yeah.
Hold on, let's go... I want to go back. I want to see if I can... Any lip readers in... Let's play this in 0.75 speed, just for that part there. Any lip readers in chat?
All these different entities, and you know who they are. Don't...
The something, by the looks of it. I don't know what that second part would have been. The lead? No. Like, it's something with multiple syllables. Like, it looked like it had, like, 4 syllables-ish. I'm gonna go back.
Yeah, I don't know. Let it play.
I'm just gonna do one more to see.
Different entities, and you know who they are.
Okay, maybe not the. It's really hard to tell. Anyone who does lip reading, let us know, please. Oh wait, what are the comments like? No, people aren't saying who it is.
No.
don't want you to talk about or to read, you have to zero in on that. It's like, if people don't want you to know about it, don't want you to talk about it, you need to, engage your analytical mind and really go down that avenue. It's like, this is the stuff I can't talk about, and stuff that is not allowed, it gets put up, and it's like, oh, all of a sudden, this is not available anymore to view. I wonder why. It's probably on another channel, another website. You know what I'm talking about.
Like, I'm confused about that statement there. Like, I have never put up the only time that I've put up a video and it's been not available to view afterwards has been because it's been blocked by copyright. That's the only time.
Yeah.
Like, has Ken Wheeler been breaking some terms of service? Have you, Ken?
I wouldn't think so, because he's... Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway, keep playing that one.
You really need to pay attention to that. A lot of people out there are just so misinformed. They've got their eyes glued to MSM if they're half awake. I would beg people to keep their eyes peeled for the stuff that they are pushed to look at, and then look in the other direction. Because the easiest way, you can actually take advice from evil people. Wise people can take helpful advice from evil people, and the way you do it is by having wisdom. It's like whatever the evil person is talking about wants you to concentrate on and agree with, you go 180 degrees the opposite direction.
So the issue there, right, is what you do is you just label a certain thing as evil, right? And then it's like, oh yeah, like look in the other direction, right? And it's like, okay, well, why don't we just label this thing as evil? We could label Fox News as evil. Then, look in the other direction. Like, generally, speaking, like, I find that it's good to apply skepticism, like a healthy amount of skepticism. Like, look for both sides, rather than just seeing, this is something that I agree with, so therefore I'm going to trust it. And that's what a lot of people do.
Yeah.
And I think actually everyone is guilty of this to an extent. They'll be guilty of, believing something and then going, I know that I'm guilty of this sometimes. I'll believe something and go, oh yeah, like, this seems like this seems believable, right? Whereas sometimes if I had looked into it a bit more, it would have been like, oh, that explains a bit more, but I didn't, That happens.
Yeah.
But it's just good to...
Yeah, but there's something important, right? Well, and this is kind of a thing that we see a lot in kind of the conspiratorial communities, right? Because they're talking about people having blind trust in our institutions, right? They're talking about, you have the sheeple have blind trust in institutions. They don't question it. But within the conspiracy community, firstly, that's in the general population, it's not generally the case. But within the conspiracy community, they have a blind mistrust. So whatever the institutions say must be wrong, just by default. And and it's a whole different thing than saying question everything, right? Question everything, that's good.
Yeah.
That's fine. There's no problem with it. But that's not what they're doing. And he's explicitly saying that here. He's saying, it's like, well, you've got certain outlets, you've got, the mainstream media speaking the stuff. You need to go the exact opposite direction of whatever they're saying. So, what he's saying is they don't evaluate the message individually, right? Yeah, just because CNN is shit doesn't mean that everything they say is a lie.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, I was actually having it's very interesting because I was having a conversation the other day with someone. They mentioned how science, they said science doesn't give enough weight to anecdotes, right? And I'm like, okay, what do you mean by this, right? And he says, okay, well, let's say that you have some anecdotes about something, right? And you should trust the anecdotes over, like, no evidence. And it's like, well, yes, to an extent, but then you've also got the fact that anecdotes can be heavily biased, right? I'd rather see Like, if you're making a claim about how the world works, I'd rather see a study rather than just some anecdotes by people. And he said, he said something about like pressing your tongue to the top of your mouth creates a better jawline or something in people because of something. And it's like, he says he can't prove that with studies because studies haven't been done on it, but he can prove it with anecdote. And I'm like, well, but that's a heavily biased thing. You have to have that control group. You have to have your control group. You've got to have your non-control group. And if people aren't funding the studies, well, then get a whole lot of people together to fund this to fund the study.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, because there's also another kind of saying which is really stupid, saying the plural of anecdotes, data is not the plural of anecdotes. Well, actually it is. The only difference between a datum and an anecdote is that scientific data are lots of anecdotes just collected in a very controlled way with all the relevant information, and your anecdotes could be biased, but it could also be that you don't understand the situation, right? And science does consider anecdotes. There's a whole field, especially in the social sciences, where you've got qualitative data collection, you've got self-reporting. A lot of that, yeah, it does happen. Funnily enough. Mr. Science is actually working on a project where they are collecting anecdotes. Now they're not actually testing, the story of what's happening in the anecdotes. They're doing something else. But yeah, they're considering anecdotes. Absolutely.
But if I said, okay, if I said to let's say I went onto some forum, right, and asked a whole lot of people who are talking about this thing that works. If I ask them all, does this thing work? Of course it's going to work. They're going to all say, oh yeah, this thing works, right? Like this pressing the top. If I go to a forum, which is everyone's talking about, I press my tongue to the roof of my mouth and ask them, okay, does this work? They're going to say, yeah, it works. A really good example of this is a study that was absolute. Was it a study? I can't remember who it was published by. But anyway, what they did is they went to a site, a mum's site or something, right? And they asked, when your child came out as trans, was it all of a sudden? And was it because of friends in their group, right? And everyone was saying, oh yeah, this happened, right? And it's because the place that they got it from is, they got it from a biased source. And it's just like...
Yeah. And also, you've got someone reporting who doesn't know, who doesn't know or understand the process. For example, we can talk about miracle cures, we've got this cure that will help. Let's say arnica, for example, right? Lots of people will swear by it, but the evidence for it is completely anecdotal. But the thing is, what are the anecdotes? Well, I had a bruise, I put some arnica on it, and it went away after 3 days. Well, yeah, because that's what bruises do.
Yeah.
But you've got lots of anecdotes swearing by it, and people make lots of money selling arnica. And it's all anecdotes.
Yeah, one person in chat actually made a good point. An anecdote might prompt a hypothesis worth testing, but it is not a substitute for a proper experiment.
Well, yeah. Especially when we're looking at kind of, in medicine, you've got this beautiful kind of tree. Tree. It's a kind of hierarchy of evidence. And you've got your case study, which is it was very low on that hierarchy, where you've got it's basically an anecdote, but it's very rigorous and very detailed, and you can use that to inform that hypothesis, or you can also use something called a case control study, where you ask, for example, like, oh, you're a smoker. Great, okay. Smoking causes cancer. That's my hypothesis. So I'm going to do a case control study. I'm going to take 100 people. I'm going to ask, well, have you got cancer? Do you smoke? Have you got cancer? Now, that in itself is a very poor standard of evidence, but it further informs you on what further research is, what your research is going to do. And this is actually one of the bits where it's problematic, because if we look at Andrew Wakefield's study, that was a case control study. And it doesn't mention autism or anything like that. It's not about that whatsoever. But, even if the data, even if the data wasn't faked and the data actually showed something, because the data didn't, the falsified data didn't even convincingly show anything, it still would be trash, because it's a case control study and it's very low on the hierarchy of evidence. But again, you use those results to inform your next steps, because in research, right, especially in medical stuff, you start with your anecdote, because anecdotes are cheap.
Yeah.
And then you go your case controls. They're cheap, but not as cheap, and are a bit, more difficult to do. And then, you go through the chain until you get to a randomized controlled trial, which are complex, which are expensive. But even then, you start with the small trials, and then you gradually build larger trials and more trials to get a really rich data set. But to get there, it's expensive. But if you look at a lot of kind of, and we've had this issue with COVID alternative treatments, where you have things like hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin showing as like in the early stages of, oh, actually this may work. But then when you do follow-up studies, that result completely falls apart, and it shows that there's nothing. But you still have these early results which show, oh yeah, there may be something to it. And then you get the wrong person picking up on that and not, selectively ignoring the higher quality studies which say that no, it's no good. And then you get shit like this, right? What we're seeing right now.
Yeah, like one of the things that I often sort of think about is when it comes to, I think one of the most important things when it comes to science is, and like if you're gathering anecdotes, the important thing is to make sure you have a control group, right? Because if you don't have a control group, what are you comparing it to?
Yeah.
And
well, that's the thing, because you can take the arnica, right? And you can say, I put some stuff on it, and 3 days it was gone. But you'll find the same effect in your control group. But an anecdote is by definition not going to have a control group, because then it's not an anecdote anymore. It's an experiment.
Yeah. And I find that, like, the reason why I don't trust, like, a whole lot of collected anecdotes that haven't been, like, put into any kind of study without a control group is because, people don't report, like, people just don't report, getting better, like, let's say from hydroxychloroquine, let's say that, you got something that appears to show people getting better after taking hydroxychloroquine. People aren't going to come out and say, well, I got better from COVID after not taking hydroxychloroquine, because it's already assumed, right? or you're not going to say, "Oh, I got better faster after not taking hydroxychloroquine," because like there's, it's one of them things where the existence of a something that intervenes or appears to intervene at least, a lot of people will go, "Oh, it was due to that," right? We're very bad at recognizing pattern, at drawing connections with that don't exist. We're really good at that. I mean, and whereas a lot of people, it's like, if I did nothing, the same thing would have happened. I've got a super chat here from So Fucking Sleepy for $5 saying, "Science doesn't care if you believe in it or not, and the universe has no obligation to make sense to us." Pfft. Oh, and look at my robe.
No.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll continue on with this. Let's see what...
Yeah, he hasn't actually started making the point yet, so come on.
With wisdom, one can't actually see through evil people. It's like, well, this person wants me to look at this, and he's fundamentally evil, or that group is evil. They don't want me to talk about this or know about this. That means that the answer is over here. So, I
find that it's not I find that a lot of people, like, this is a very black and white way of thinking, right? Like, this group is evil, so it's like, okay, but have you never seen that meme that says, "Heartbreaking, the worst person you knew just made a really good point"?
Yeah. But it happens. Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's what he's saying is he's perfect. He is really painting kind of a picture of basically you have a worldview, and if there's someone who contradicts that worldview, then they're lying. Right. What he's doing is creating an echo chamber, and he's quite explicit about it. It's great. It makes it much easier because I've never really gone into his other stuff. I looked at his magnetism stuff and poked fun at that for a bit, but I haven't looked into his other stuff that much. And I thought, he's a grifter, but actually, I'm starting to build a picture that's a picture starting to develop that's actually going in a direction I hadn't expected. Put it that way.
Okay, I might have to get you to help me work on this video where I do a deep dive into Ken Wheeler. I do need to. I think actually the whole money thing is going to play a role in that.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things one of the things that I find is you got a lot of people that will say something like, "Oh, the Democrats are evil," like taking. Politics is an easy thing. They'll say the Democrats are evil, right, and point out some legitimately bad things that the Democrats have done, right? And then they'll use that to justify voting for the Republicans. And it's like, okay, if you can't bring yourself to vote Democrats, the Republicans aren't a better alternative. Like, vote third party or something. I actually think abstaining from voting, though, is probably worse than voting third party.
Yeah, absolutely. But but it depends on the type of race you're in, of course. I mean, it gets a bit tricky especially in two-party kind of systems.
But when it comes to this, I prefer to analyze things. It is very easy to say, "Oh, everything that Ken Wheeler says is completely and utterly wrong." He will sometimes make a point.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say that because he's made a point that he's completely right, and I'm not going to say that because he says a lot of bullshit that he's always wrong. It's that thing that you need to analyze on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah, precisely. And he's purposely advocating to do the opposite of that. And it's a bit culty.
Yeah.
a lot of people superficially think that, you can only get wisdom from wise people, but with wisdom itself, you can look at the jabbering blather of evil groups, evil people and entities. It's like, oh, this is what they're talking about. That means the answer is over here.
Yeah, I just don't like the way that he's painting it. Like, who are firstly, who are these evil people? Like, obviously, it's
I'm starting to have my suspicions.
yeah.
And I don't listen to her music or nothing, but it had made the news. Old Nicki
Oh
Minaj.
no! Oh no! Oh, we're getting right.
No.
We're getting right into it, aren't we? The whole Nicki Minaj thing.
Oh, Jesus. I mean, the Nicki Minaj thing is fucking classic. That was amazing.
Yeah, like the whole thing. Like the whole thing, how it was like Tucker Carlson, and then she reposted Tucker Carlson, and then Hassan was like, he's a white nationalist, right? And then she's like, I should be allowed to associate with Republicans. It's like, he didn't call him a Republican. He called him a white nationalist.
Yeah.
Like, you're the one that made that comparison between Republicans and white nationalists.
God.
This is gonna be a fun thing. I like how like the politics thing kind of, like how I sort of. I should start trying to predict what Ken Wheeler's gonna say. Like, he seems way too predictable.
Yeah.
Like, he's definitely gonna say something like, yeah, Nicki Minaj is allowed to, associate with whoever she wants. That's my prediction.
Well, I think it's going to be something about her cousin's ballsack. I don't know. Let's see.
And she's just a rapper, and I don't like her music. She seemed to be like a very beautiful person, even though I don't listen to music like that. She's a lovely person and a human being, and she's been brutally attacked. And I don't care about Hollywood or nothing like that. I could care less, but it does make a point. She was brutally attacked for doing one thing, asking a question. If anything is an indication of a corrupt world and society, is that no one should ever be attacked. There's no such thing as a dumb question. Wise people ask a lot of questions. Stupid people usually don't ask any questions at all.
Okay. There is a dumb question, and it's like, why is the sky? Actually, hold on. Let me think. Dumb question would be. Oh yeah. Why is the sky yellow? That is a objectively dumb question, because A, the sky isn't yellow. And,
Yeah.
Another dumb question, like that you get asked in school. AB Science. Do your parents know that you're gay?
Yeah.
Well,
that's a leading question. That's not a dumb question, right?
yeah.
That's a leading question. That's actually quite smart, but it's used quite a bit and abused quite a bit. But where he's going here is saying it's like basically, he's saying, oh yeah, they're trying to shut down people asking questions. Like, well, no, if someone answers your question and you just don't like the answer, that doesn't mean that someone's shutting your question down. It's just showing that you're fucking dumb.
Yeah. Oh, and here's a dumb question, right? Here's a dumb question that I've heard is, do you, yes or no, only yes or no, do you love black people?
What?
You're only allowed to answer yes or no. Do you love black people?
Well, that's a dumb question.
Yeah. I've literally heard that question asked, right? It became a meme because it was like, essentially it was Jesse Lee Petersen asking Destiny, do you love black people? And Destiny was like, I don't love particular groups of people. And it's like, that's not what I asked. I asked, do you love black people? And it's like, what am I supposed to say to it? Like, I love some black people, I guess. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know, like, the answer is, of course, there is meant to be, yes, I love all people.
So what? So there was no question, was there? No, I didn't think there was a question from Nicki Minaj. I think she just said said some dumb shit, right?
Yeah.
And it's to be expected.
She said, you know, I remember, like, the last part of her tweet was, like, she said, oh, my cousin had, like, a ball sack thing happen and became infertile, and the wedding got called off, right?
Yeah.
It got cancelled because of him becoming holy shit, holy shit, the wedding got cancelled because... because... I didn't realize that you loved each other was based completely off of
Well, the reason the wedding got cancelled is because his ball sack swollen up, and you know, showed some very clear symptoms of STDs. That's what happened.
Maybe postpone the wedding.
The guy cheated on. Yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, and then she said, like, you know, pray on it and decide for yourself, right? That was what the last part of the tweet said. It's like, yeah.
All right.
And it's like, you know, like, that's not really asking a question. That's more of giving advice. That falls into the realm of giving advice, and you can have... People can say, oh, that's bad advice to give, and that you shouldn't be giving it. And that's, like, the premise of the advice. And it's
fucking dumb. And to be honest, most of the response was... most of the response that I've seen was just like, well... it's just an STD. If you can't see that, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
And the reason the wedding got cancelled off is because he got caught cheating.
Yeah.
Brutally attacked. If you don't know what question is, you could look it up. Okay, just look it up. What's the question? She's just completely miffed and upset, and she's been attacked by all her peers, whatever, for asking a simple question, an honest, simple question, not a loaded question. And that tells you a lot about society. And this stuff is just rampant all over. There has been a huge upswing of all the tyranny and evil stuff that I see coming out of Australia. And I love Australians in Australia, and I love to visit there, even though I can't afford it.
Oh, he's back.
Yes, you can.
He's back to talking about Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, why? Like, he has such a hard-on for Australia at the moment.
Yeah.
Oh, like, I wonder why he does... Honestly, why doesn't he talk about New Zealand?
Because it's just sheep.
I mean,
it's just sheep and sheeple, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, it would be funny if he... Like, in New Zealand, it would be funny if he talked about the protest that was held, the anti-lockdown protest that was held in Wellington, right? There was an anti-protest lockdown. There was an anti-lockdown protest in Wellington. Only one person showed up.
Oh.
It's so funny.
So was that the organizer, or did the organizers not even show up?
I don't know. Like, just one person showed up. It's like, how does a protest fail that bad? Like, sure, there are only 12 people in the country, but you'd think that there'd be more than like two. You'd think that at least 2 of those 12 people would show up.
Yeah.
You know, maybe bring a sheep along.
Sheep and hobbits is, yes, indeed, Clive. All right.
Even if I could afford it, it's like, what would I do? Go there and go into lockdown? I mean, that sounds like a living hell. It's ramping up horrifically in Australia. The stuff that I'm seeing, it's just mind-bogglingly horrific. Someone just sent me a video in this news out of Melbourne that it's not supposed to say Melbourne, you're supposed to say Melbourne. Okay, there we go. I'm supposed to say Australia, you're supposed to say Australia. That ain't am I. That they're shutting down public transport to keep people out of the city.
Oh, yeah,
I
this
can't
is
believe
what
they're
we're...
building all these camps for concentration. Building all these huge facilities.
Yeah, facilities and camps are two different things. Like, facilities, I'm pretty sure what he's referring to as facilities to, like, quarantine facilities, right? So that, and I think they're mostly for travel.
Yeah.
You know, like, if you're traveling, you got to spend a couple of weeks in a quarantine facility. And then afterwards, you basically, you know, you can go out and enjoy your time. Like, it's a effective way to try and stop spread of diseases from one area to another. It's not the
It's funny, that.
It's not the greatest way, you know. You got, it was in New Zealand, because this measure failed. We had a lockdown, but you know, it does slows it down. Like, aren't we meant to be trying to flatten the curve? Like, you know, it's the thing that...
Well, flatten the curve and making sure that water finds its level.
Yeah.
Australia's not funny at all. I wish more people were aware of what's going on in Australia. My heart goes out to all the Australians, and I didn't know so many Australians were watching. There's a guy that leaves us all sorts of comments below, and I didn't know what he looked like. You know, I agree with him. He seemed like a nice guy. He's going by the nickname Ruthless.
I'm guessing that he agrees with him because, you know, you know, like, it's one of them things. If someone says things that you believe, you'll agree with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very simple.
And I know he's Australian. Then we went on a Facebook live stream for a few seconds. I was on live stream, and then he dialed me up via phone through Facebook. And, you know, he's like, I don't know, 55 or something like that. Seems like a nice codger. That's not a right word, right? Codger. He's not a codger. You know, like like your good grandpa or something like that, you know? Like a good grandpa. Like, hey, mate, hello. No, Australians don't really talk like that. The one thing, too, that...
Okay, I do have to say, when I was in Australia, I was... The first thing that stood out to me was their accent. I did not expect them to have that much of an accent.
Yeah.
It's like, I do want to travel at some point. Like, I'd love to go over to America and all, you know, go over to... I'd love to go over to England, meet Simon, Dan, Ranty, and Katz, you know, all those people. But one of the things that it would be interesting to see, but I can't afford it, but that's neither here or there. One of the things that, and I can't even go at the moment, so it's like... but one of the things that I'd be wanting to see is how much of does their accent stand out to me? Like, you know, like, the British accent is bound to stand out to me. The American accent, though, that's one that I'm curious if it's one of them things where, because I've consumed so much American media, does it, like, stand out to me anymore, or, you know?
Well, it will stand out a bit because there's quite a big difference between the kind of TV American accents and the real ones. But you will be familiar with quite a few of them, obviously.
Yeah. Like, I'll notice if it's like a Southern American accent, like, you know, the howdy y'all kind of stereotype. But like, if it's like Californian accents, I don't pick up on.
There's quite some pretty obvious ones. Yeah, you'll know them when you hear them.
Yeah.
All right, I want to see. I have my suspicions about this.
They want you to stay isolated. They want you. Here's a good one too. This is something I've been using for years. They want to treat you like mushrooms. They want to feed you poop and keep you in the dark. Right now, there's all these entities in the world that want to treat you like a mushroom, feed you crap, and keep you in the dark. They don't want you to come together. They want to keep you in fear, and they want to divide you and conquer you. That's why you conquer somebody. Entities is divide and conquer. They want you isolated and living in heinous fear, shaking like a leaf, or like, you know, one of those little chihuahuas, you know, those little teacup chihuahuas. You know, it's peeing on itself and it's...
I actually somewhat agree that there are people out there in the world that want to keep everyone in fear, right? However, it's not the
They want to keep people isolated and reject all stories that don't agree with your worldview.
Yeah.
and you know, they don't want you to ask questions. And also, if you're gonna keep mushrooms in the dark and feed them shit, right? The problem is mushrooms like that. That's what mushrooms want.
Yeah.
So that's not a very good analogy. It's like, obviously, as a human, I wouldn't want to be kept in the dark and fed shit. But if I were a mushroom, I'd fucking love it.
Yeah. But, like, one of the things I've seen so much of is this culture war stuff, right? And there's one side of the culture war that tends to be very, you know, fear, and it tends to be the side that says, you know, like, if we let the transes into the bathroom, then, you know, the bad things are gonna happen. And it's like,
Yeah.
that's fear right there. It's saying that if we do this, and the worst is when it gets to something of society, something that starts with D, not degradation. It's degeneration of society. You know, society is becoming more degenerate, and it's like, what does degenerate even mean, right?
Well, I mean, degenerate just means that, you know, there's several, you know, energy levels that a system can occupy, and they have the same amount of energy, and it's equally likely that they occupy one of those, and being all of that.
Trust the scientists to give us a scientific answer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then, but when I ask you what a field is, you know.
Yeah, I can't answer that, apparently.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right. So, I mean, look, this is where I'm going at with Ken, and I didn't know that this side was there, and because I did kind of drop in the live stream, and I saw him engage in some kind of really kind of casual racism. It was just really lazy kind of racism. But so far in this video, he is citing an InfoWars story. He's talking about shady groups with control everywhere. He's whining about cancel culture. He's mentioned concentration camps, and he's dropped in a Q reference. I think the picture is becoming quite clear, don't you?
Yeah, like, it's like very conspiracy orientated, sort of appealing to those crowds, and those crowds, like, they say that they're free thinkers, but they're
fucking not. They're so easy to grift.
Yeah, and that, like, here's the thing, right? And I'm gonna, I think we've heard enough of the video, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, here's the thing, when it comes to these, people, like, they'll say, oh, you know, the government's trying to take my money and all that, but they'll watch conspiracy theory videos, and, like, they'll give a lot of money to the people that they watch, right? If you become... Now, I'm not saying that everyone should try and become a Q grifter or a flat earth grifter. Like, obviously, like, if everyone tries to do that, it's just not going to work for the people that do it. Or for everyone, like, there will be people on top. Like, it's like OnlyFans. You got, like, a few creators on top that get most of the money, and then the whole lot of creators that are trying to make it, you know, like... but, like...
Yeah, but now Q is gone. There's a good playing field there, right? So Q is gone, but the whole movement is just spreading out. It's tentacles everywhere.
Yeah, and, like, you got people like, you know, Ken Wheeler that will make big bucks, right, from people that are willing to give money, and it's like, it's things that I don't even see, like I don't think I have seen super chats that have like $1,000. Was it $1,000 that Ranty got? I think it was about 1,000.
I don't know, but I mean, I've definitely seen multiple. You know, I've seen hundreds and hundreds being dropped into Ken's super chats.
Yeah.
On a regular basis, right? It's quite a lot. So, Kano says, "Is anyone even surprised that Ken is into Q stuff?" Well, no, I'm not surprised. But there is. I've always considered him to be quite Q adjacent, in the sense that I know that there's a lot of QAnon followers who are definitely into this sort of shit, right? So, you know, got free energy, 0 point energy, all that bullshit. It's quite a big thing, and there's quite a big camp within QAnon and the Electric Universe. So I'm not surprised that there's overlap. I just didn't expect it to at least, you know, get quite a clear indication from that in his videos. Just didn't expect that. I thought, you know, it was just a bit of anti-lockdown stuff, COVID denial bullshit. That's fine. But I didn't quite think that there was going to be stuff which was such a clear indicator of QAnon here.
Yeah. Like, it's actually one of the things where, like there are dog whistles, like, and, you know, I will sometimes throw a small dog whistle in to some of my videos, but it's like dog whistles aimed at a different group, right? And I don't think I've generally, like, it's more to see if people will pick up on, like, I'll just do something that I'll see, like, okay, can people pick up on this, right? I've got, like, some planned for future videos as well. But it is generally, will people pick up on this, right? And how many people will? I've got a huge one that I'm kind of worried about, that I think people will pick up on, but it's one of them things where, like, it does give you plausible deniability, right? Like, using a dog whistle, if you get called out on it, and, like, if people want to call me out on dog whistles that I've done, right? Go ahead. I'll probably be like, yeah, I said that, you know?
Yeah. And well, but there's also the kind of intent behind it, right? That's important. But you know, you can see quite a bit of it in you know, in Flat Earth. You often don't even need to look that far before you get into the dog whistles and quite quickly explicit stuff as well. But you've got to remember that things like a lot of people are using dog whistles that they're not aware of, right? For example, like Alex Jones, he'll use the word globalist a lot.
Yeah.
And for a long time, I think it just hasn't caught on that globalist is a dog whistle term for the Jews.
Yeah. Although one time I did make I will admit, one time I did make a mistake in a video, right? So like sometimes I mix up Jesuits and Zionists.
I think a lot of people make that mistake. I think I've seen some interactions on Twitter where they're kind of like they're pulling out the old lots of kind of the Jewish tropes, right? The anti-Semitic tropes, and they're talking about the Jesuits, and they're like, I don't think you're getting your racism right.
Yeah,
because the Jesuits and Jewish people different things. Yeah,
like because like when it comes to the whole like I think it was ODD TV, he mentioned the Jesuits, and I said, oh, anti-Semitism. But the thing is, there's a part that I cut, right, which was like it was like very clearly talking about the Jews. I can't remember which part it was, but I was like, I'm going to just leave it at one anti-Semitic. But it's like, oh, wait, no. Jesus, it's not anti-Semitic. It's...
Yeah.
Keano says, I cracked the Planetwalk code after watching hundreds of hours of his videos in some extremely advanced math work. I feel like he might be a Kiwi. Like, actually...
Yeah.
To be fair, like, some of the things that I might call dog whistles, right, are more references. Right, so...
Yeah, but...
Like, if I say spoon, spacehead, like, not everyone's going to recognize that, right? And that's a reference to a drink driving ad on TV where it's like, essentially it was, George is drunk. I'll bring it up. I should be allowed to show it. We'll just talk over it so that we...
yeah.
And... what was it? Ghost. There we go. So, I'll bring it over here.
You need to change it on the monitor, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, this is an ad that we had.
Oh no, George is driving. He's too wasted. I should say something, but I could look dumb in front of Monique. Bro, Monique says you're dumb, but if he crashes, I'll have to live with his family.
Puzzle time.
Like this ad, like immediately as soon as it was on TV, everyone was talking about it. Like we know how to make good drink driving ads here. Had to pause it so that cough flagging doesn't happen.
Oh right, yeah. Oh yeah, I see.
Ghost George
Yeah.
will haunt me forever.
Grab a chip. Want a chip?
You know I can't grab your ghost chips.
Go away.
Spoon.
Spacehead. Bro. Hey, what are you doing, bro?
Oh, I've been internalizing a really complicated situation in my head.
What are you on about?
I don't think you should drive.
Nah.
Nah, you're too drunk, bro. Just crash here.
Yeah, it's crazy. Okay.
Stop a mate from driving drunk. Legend.
So yeah.
All right, yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah. So if anyone wonders why I'll say something like spoon and spacehead, that's why. Yeah. And then there's a video that's just full of references. And that is that is one where I expose both Conspiracy Cats and the Creaky Blinder. You're in that one as well.
Oh yes, I think I did a thing there. Yeah.
Yeah. That was one that I was able to just have fun with and put a whole lot of references in. I like putting references in my videos. Some of them may be considered dog whistles, I guess. But I do know that when you mention dog whistles, you do have to be careful because there will be some people that will be like, "Oh, are you putting dog whistles into like what are you do? Why are you doing the dog whistles?" Right? Because like dog whistles are basically a sort of innocuous seeming to anyone that looks in from the outside, right? And so dog whistles generally allow for plausible deniability. However, I think that there are contexts to use them in which, in which they're perfectly acceptable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but the thing is, like, because like dog whistles are such they're a difficult thing, right? Because you can accidentally use them, you can not know their meaning, yeah, but you've got to consider the intent as well, right? Because if someone uses the word clown show, for example, it could be perfectly innocuous. But if a person uses the word clown show and you know that they've got a cupboard full of swastikas, then you know exactly what they mean,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, and it's like there's been times when it's when there's been something that I didn't understand. Like there's Philosophy Tube made a video, and where he says, and then I realized that I had autogynephilia. Right? If he had have just left it like that, I wouldn't have noticed the thing, but I wouldn't have really thought about it all that much, right? But it is one of them things which is like it's like a turf talking point essentially, and like he then went on to say that's a little joke for my trans audience, and then you got some people in the comments explaining the joke, you know, and it's like, oh, okay, that makes more sense. But that like can be considered a dog whistle, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's people saying in chat? If I wear a superhero, I want Planner as my... Oh, if I wear a superhero, I'd want Planner as my assistant. Super Planner, you think? What's that? Oh, I was just reading chat for a second. Yeah, chat's... Oh, Cassius Roman said, US anti-drunk driving adverts are terrifying. Yeah, like, in New Zealand, we essentially are like, okay, let's make them funny. Like, there's one that I can't show you because that will get struck for copyright. It has, I'd do anything for love in it, right? And it's like, it's like where he says, oh, I'm not going to drink. And then it has like this thing where they shows their night, right? And then the person's like, no more beersies for you. No more beersies for you. And it's basically a campaign to try and stop people from drinking as... I think it's actually more to stop people from drinking as much, you know, like to sort of get people to the limit.
Well, I think people should just get hammered all the time, playing for fun, as long as you're not driving the ground.
Yeah. Here's something that would probably actually be fun to do, like to smoke, like to have some weed and then like watch like flat Earth videos or something, and then although to be fair, like when I have weed, I don't speak a lot. You know, if you think that I'm annoying with the amount that I speak now, you have just give me weed, you know.
Oh god, it's last time I had weed. I smoked weed was a long time ago. Jesus, I can't even remember it.
Yeah, and the George just said dog whistles are just malicious inside jokes. I'd say that they're not necessarily malicious. I'd say that dog whistles are pretty much inside jokes that not everyone is going to get. Yeah.
Well, no, I think for it to be a dog whistle, there has to be some malice there, right? But that makes it, and that's the key point around intent, right? Is there malicious intent? Then it's dog whistle. If there isn't, then it's not. It could just be a turn of phrase, and that's why it's hard to catch out. Like, you know, because I'm seeing Ken making a few. There's a few statements he made, and it's like, well, yeah, it could mean it could mean that he's full on a non, and you know, and actually sits in the kind of spiritual fascist type case, but he's not making it very clear on his videos. From what I've seen so far, and there are some turns of phrase which are common in those communities, but you know, alarm bells have been raised, but I haven't made any conclusions to that effect, right?
Yeah, like essentially, like, essentially dog whistles, like, are I think they're most often used to, like, basically, it's basically like a wink to the camera going, yeah, I'm with you guys, you know? Sort of, but
Yeah.
without making it a big thing, that you can't just go out and say, you can't just come out and say I'm racist, right? Or anything. You got to say,
No.
you got to say things like when you say things like 1350, then people will go, oh, I get that. And 1350, for anyone that doesn't know, is it's basically saying, 13% of the population commit 50% of the crime, right? There's basically a dog whistle to say black people bad. Even though there's like a whole lot of factors that factor into that, it's yeah.
Yeah, and so you just gotta be careful, and it's useful to kind of be aware of that, because I became a bit more aware of like all the things, all those little dog whistles and the emojis that people like to use. I came aware of that a bit more after I got involved in, with the flat Earth nonsense, and kind of started learning about that a bit more. And then I realized, oh shit,
yeah.
There's actually quite a lot of anti-Semitism going around in here. And then, of course, you have people like Eric Dubay, who's an explicit Nazi, right? So he's out and proud.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at one of his videos soon to make a debunk on it, because someone said, oh, this convinced me that the Earth is flat, and it's like, okay, yeah, I'll take a look at that. It's to do with the ships disappearing over bottom first over the horizon. It's probably gonna say, perspective and stuff, and I'm like, okay, I know the calculations for perspective. They're very, very useful.
1350. Guess his yeah, but that's only for his credit card. For his debit card, it's 1488.
Imagine if that actually was like, if I actually think that would be something that a lot of Nazi types probably put things like that in as their credit card, thinking no one will get them. Like, imagine if you just like took a Nazi's credit card and then like use like something like 1488 or 1350, and it's like you actually got to withdraw like all their money.
Well, didn't that happen when they hacked? I think it was Paul Joseph Watson. When I hacked his it was Milo Yiannopoulos. They hacked his accounts and stuff like that, and one of his passwords was Kristallnacht.
Okay.
And you're like, oh well, we're getting a bit explicit now, aren't we?
Yeah. I do like one thing that I've heard though, like because a lot of people equate being fascist with being anti-gay, right?
Yeah.
But like there is a such thing as that I've heard called homofascism.
Well, yeah. I mean, a particular group, like if you pick any arbitrary group, then a fascist regime doesn't necessarily need to be against that group, right? It's not. It doesn't have to be like minorities as we recognize them now, right?
Yeah, like it could be like
it could very well be.
It could very well be based off of hair color and eye color, you know?
Yeah, it's you've just got to. Part of it is just that you need to create an other.
Yeah.
And that is use of another for the people to rally against, but you get things like eco-fascism as well, and even though that's quite difficult to define, but yeah, that doesn't necessarily rely on
You've heard of
an ethnic group.
You've heard of the 14 points, right?
14 points.
14 points. The 14 points. I think there's multiple 14 points. 14 points of fascism.
Oh, the 14 points of fascism. Yeah, the problem is that they are quite problematic because there's no there is no proper definition for fascism. You can pull up a dictionary definition, but there's still a lot of academic debate on trying to figure out a proper scholarly definition of fascism.
Yeah. Oh, I do like these ones.
These are very good.
Yeah.
Action for action's sake.
Cult of
disagreements, treason.
Cult of tradition is one that it's like, I'm not a big fan of tradition. I really don't like tradition. Like, if it's one of them things where it just seems to be, this is the way that things have always been, so therefore it's good. And it's like, just because things have been that way doesn't mean that it's good, right? Like, if people, if atheists have always eaten babies, that doesn't mean that it's good. You know? So,
I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, you can see so much.
So much.
You can see so much fucking Donald Trump.
Oh yeah,
Jones in this. It's
yeah, like when it comes to a lot of these, like the rejection of modernism, like people might disagree with that, but like it's "Make America Great Again" was like what Donald Trump's motto was. It's like that implies that it used to be great, but now something in the modern world has changed it from being great. But yeah, like I do completely understand like this appeal to social frustration. Like that's actually something that I think is actually very used by both sides these days, is appeal to social frustration, because like there's something wrong with the world. But
that's not, and I think this is I think this is actually a bad point to be in that list, because an appeal to social frustration is like, well, yeah, of course.
There is something.
Shit's fucked up.
Yeah. Like, I think everyone
recognizing that shit's fucked up don't make you a fascist.
Yeah. Like, I find,
because I'm quite frustrated by fascists.
Yeah, I find that when it comes to, like, everyone tends to feel like there's something wrong with the world, right? Especially, like, the more, and as you get more into conspiracy groups, yeah, like, there is something wrong with the world, and, it's, you might go, okay, well, it's this, that, and the next thing. And it's, you got a lot of people that are pointing fingers, but nobody really coming up with good ideas. So some people have some good ideas, I guess, but like it's one of them things where it's a lot of finger pointing and not a lot of action.
Yeah.
And whereas like when you coagulate that, I guess, into like a movement, fascist movements tend to be pretty. Tend to be very hands-on, I guess. Like, just look at...
Yeah, but that's action for the sake of actions, right?
Yeah, like, just look at January 6th, right? I certainly were hands-on then.
Yeah, they were quite handsy.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that's... You have any last...
Well, actually, this kind of exercise with Ken Wheeler, as I said, is like this is quite interesting. This is definitely something that I want to explore, and kind of figure out a bit more. Maybe there's something kind of deeper and a bit more sinister going on here, and it might actually play a bigger role than I previously anticipated or previously thought. So I think I may have to look into that at some point.
Yeah, I'm essentially going. I've got a video idea which is like talking about Ken Wheeler. Initially, it was going to be why do people believe Ken Wheeler, right? But I think it might turn out to be a bit more of a deep dive into Ken Wheeler, like the things that he uses, and looking at, because obviously there's got to be like a bit of sunk cost fallacy there, right? Because if people are giving like a lot of money, then they're obviously like, I find that it's one of them things where if you give someone money, it's not just that you've given them money, it's that you've given them money, so you kind of got to stick with them, kind of thing,
You've bought into it more. And it becomes a bigger barrier to kind of reject it.
Yeah, like
because of that sunken cost, right?
Yeah, like if you give someone $1,000 and then you find out that they're wrong, it's like, well, you've wasted your $1,000 essentially. You might have given it to a con man.
Precisely.
Now the alternative to that is like, well, no, everyone else is wrong. He's not a con man. No one wants to believe that they've given their money to a con man. No one.
No, because, and I think that's something very worth exploring. It's the reason why cults and con men, operate and how it can work is because you are most vulnerable to it when you think you're not.
Yeah.
And then we're seeing that again with the conspiracy community and stuff like that. It's because they think they're woke, they think they're critical thinkers, and they believe that they're not. They're immune to being taken for a ride.
Yeah.
And the grifters just pounce on that, of course.
Yeah. And I think that being this idea that you're able to not be tricked, right? This idea that you're immune to trickery is one of these things that makes you more susceptible to trickery because it's overconfidence in your ability to distinguish fact from fiction. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's a good place to end up the video. Everyone leave a like and subscribe if you liked this video. If you want to chuck me a few dollars on Patreon so that I can get a Ken Wheeler bobblehead, I'm still...
Let the man get his Ken Wheeler bobblehead. Come on.
I want a Ken Wheeler bobblehead. I'll stick it right there, and if I ever... when I make a video on Ken Wheeler, like, I'll have the bobblehead bobbling around. It'd be funny. Yeah. And, Ken Wheeler should have made... If Ken Wheeler's angry that I paid someone else to make a bobblehead, he should have made his own bobbleheads.
Yeah.
That's actually a good way that it's a good way that he could make a lot of money. There'd be a lot of people that would pay to have a Ken Wheeler bobblehead, even if it's just for meme value like I do.
Yeah, and it's an honest transaction, and I appreciate an honest transaction.
Yeah. Oh, real quick, Citizen Gold asked, AB, can we expect more videos from you soon?
I'm very, very busy at the moment. I've got a huge list of topics. I think I should be able to get back into making content early next year.
Okay.
It's just not feasible for me at the moment. I've got too many other things that I need to prioritize over talking shit on the internet.
Yeah. You can also do live streams on your channel if you like.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not comfortable with that. It's like, what do I talk about? And it's definitely less effort to kind of just spin up a live thing. It's just what do I talk about and why? It's also not comfortable for me because then it becomes about me, and
Yeah.
I don't like that because I do my videos. I have a particular thing I want to cover, and I'm just not comfortable with doing a live thing myself.
Citizen Gold says, cool. My takeaway is that the channel isn't dead. Woot.
Yeah, it's not dead, and I'm still active on it. Right, I'm still responding to comments and everything. And I am occasionally just writing a few bits down, a few ideas, but everything is in disarray. It's a lot of work for me to do stuff at the moment as well, purely by virtue of my computer, for example, is 10 years old, and it fucking doesn't run anything. Trying to edit video on that, so on top of me not having a lot of time with having the old equipment, it takes even more time. So just by virtue that, yeah.
I was having a conversation with Brainy Beaver the other day about, and he's like, "Wait, your computer's really old," because like I brought up that it had like a very basic NVIDIA graphics card, right, which can barely even be called a graphics card. That came in, and he's like, "You need to get like a proper graphics card." And it's like, well, that takes money, and also like I didn't mention this to him, but like graphics cards are in short supply right now, so So yeah, it's not like I'm going to be able to upgrade my PC anytime soon. But if it does break down, which hopefully it doesn't, like that would be, I'd need to. But like I've got a secondary PC that's not that great because it doesn't like to charge half the time.
Yeah.
If it ever gets to 0 power and I plug it into charge, it will just not charge.
Oh, well, yeah, that's that's a messy one.
Yeah. I generally have to like do like some restarting stuff, and then it will eventually be like, oh yeah, I can charge now.
Good.
Paul's Heart Attack support says, how much talking did you do compared to Brainy? Yeah, it was mostly Brainy speaking. Like it was like a thing on, like it was a thing where he was saying most of the things. Like, yeah, it was like he was asking me, oh, how do you like get any work done like in your video editor? Like all my videos are 720p. Like I don't try to go for the 1080 because like most people will probably have videos on in the background. I don't ever watch videos in 1080p ever, unless like occasionally I will, but most of the time just no, because A, takes long time to load, and B, it's like I'm gonna probably just have it on in the background anyway. So
yeah, but yeah, there will be a point where I get back into creating content.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I did have a brain blast, right?
Yeah.
But I forgot it. It was like a second.
Well, that's a very good brain blast.
Yeah, it was something to do. Oh, like it was something to do with like how QAnon people like tend to not trust science, and like so signal like dog whistling to them that you're on their side will be like a thing where it's like, oh, I'll be, these QAnon people will be like, oh, this guy's on my side, and can't trust those scientists. Kind of more ideas for the Ken Wheeler video.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of QAnon people are very pro-science. They just don't understand it.
Okay.
Right, so you've got to, there's definitely kind of a distrust of kind of, there's definitely a distrust of the establishment and the institutions. But for most of them, they will perfectly happily buy into kind of, you know, the established theory and stuff, but I just won't understand it. I mean, there's now there's some QAnon creators who are actually trying to actively weave in cosmology into their whole thing.
Okay.
You know, and their whole grift is around. It may as well be fucking quantum healing as well, but. Yeah, it's all bullshit, but they're actually quite heavily relying on the science.
Well,
and they'll bastardize it, but they're not anti-science, if you get what I mean.
yeah, it's something like just before. I just saw something like on my thing and said 8.54% of everything I say is total bullshit. Like. But yeah, like, yeah, a lot of people in those crowds are bullshitting, I think, like...
yeah, but you got to remember that with QAnon, it's a big tent kind of conspiracy where anything goes, right?
Yeah.
So you'll have, you know, you have a big flat earth contingent, despite Q having said, like, no, it's not fucking flat, you morons. And you know, there's a big kind of electric universe contingent in there. There's you know, there's lots of kind of different people who, you know, there's a big schism around whether was it JFK Jr. is alive or not, and just lots
Flat
of
earthers.
different shit.
Okay, I need to say to flat earthers, if gravity isn't real, then why do all the different conspiracy theorists gravitate towards Q? Alright. Anyway, I think that's a good place to end up, so... any final words?
Go and pound one out for about 12 hours.
Yeah, that sounds...
Have fun.
That sounds like good advice, I think.
Or alternatively, hug a cat.
Good thing I had you on full screen there. Anyway, I will see everyone in the next stream or video. Between you and me, thank you for watching. And let me just bring up... Hold on. Let me remove this from top so that I can go to the ball sphere. There we go.
Oh, yes. Gonna have ball sphere.
Yeah, eventually it'll be a eventually when we do these kinds of streams that focus on Ken Wheeler, it'll be a different song. But I still need I still need to like
get writing.
Yeah, I still need to finish this few tweaks that I need to make. Anyway. Wrong.
Induction. Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball. Sphere. Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball. Sphere. Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball. Sphere. Ball. Induction. Ball. Induction. Sphere. 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 Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction. Ball. 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 Sphere. Gravity is not an autonomous field modality.
The fuck did you just say?
Ball. Induction. Sphere. Induction.